They've been out there watering it all morning long, and the drivers have already been out on practice. I don't know. I wasn't up here for practice, but I know that the track is like very well prepped today.
It was very well prepped. It was good yesterday. But There's a few rollovers and some stuff
Yes.
I was hearing about this morning. I think you were talking about some of that. So the track is still tricky. It don't matter if it's perfect conditions, wet conditions, dry conditions. Anything could happen at any time. This is race 7. There's only one more after it. Everything matters at this point. Everything matters, and one wrong move out here in the heats could really mess up their day.
Exactly, and I know that some drivers are sharing vehicles because they've had issues at other races, so it's all about keeping the cars together to finish your races for your points.
Well, and yesterday in practice, I watched specifically for certain drivers and what they were doing, and it really became interesting because it became apparent that you could tell some drivers really did their homework, really did a lot back in the shop preparing for this weekend. And I'm not going to say not everybody did that, but you can see the gap is growing, I think, between the ones that aren't able to put as much into it as they possibly could, and others, basically, this is our living in the pros. The gap was just astronomical yesterday in speeds on the racetrack.
Right.
Well, this point in the year, because there's the track, you've had it all year long. You've really learned how to dial it in and what to go for. You've had it dry, you've had it wet, you've had it perfect, so you can gauge the track better. Your whole mentality starts to change at this point in the year because you become so accustomed and fine-tuned with the track because it hasn't changed all year. That's what's really cool about racing the same one over 8 races versus traveling the country and racing a bunch of different places. You never get as comfortable as some guys are here, and they've had more practice, they've had more laps, they've had more racing. Daytime, nighttime. We've seen it all.
Right.
So they're completely comfortable on the track at this point. They're literally on a mission. They know what they got to do. Now, the only thing stopping them is where is the limit of the car.
Exactly. And that comes down to how hard you want to drive it. Like you're saying, the limit of the car. How hard can you push it? You know, in the corners where there are rocks and then you have the dry spots and the wet spots, and it's set up.
And the thing that's really interesting, too, is the track crew has learned this racetrack. They know where the spots are that needs a little extra water as compared to earlier this summer, where they were just throwing water out there and you didn't know if it was going to soak all the way in or puddle up for a while. Now they know. They're experts on this dirt. They're experts on these 100%. Rocks, these turns. So they know where it needs a little extra for the right kind of traction, how to make it last throughout the day. And to be honest with you guys, we've had a horrendous summer of heat and sun and wind.
You might be underselling that a little bit.
I think he is.
My point being is that the track crew, we had nearly a perfect track almost every single round of racing.
Yep.
Even in all that heat. So these people really know what they're doing here.
100%. The whole entire team that's been working together and built here and brought into Mid-America has been fantastic. I'm thankful to be a part of it. I'm sure y'all feel a very similar way, and it is amazing to watch the learning curve of where we started a few years ago and this year, how smooth things have went and how it's actually been clockwork.
And everybody's doing their homework right all the way up to Jason.
Yep.
He's flying into different facilities all over the country,
checking them
spending a day or two there, studying what they're doing, how they handle the track, how they work the dirt. Maybe they need a different kind of dirt here, a little bit here and there. He's learning all kinds of things and bringing the best of what these other facilities have been doing and putting it into play here.
Yep.
Exactly.
Heavily invested from the learning curve point and heavily invested to make sure the best of the best is provided for the racers, which in return is also providing the best opportunity for our marketing partners to present themselves, which overall is just a winning formula. And, man, it's just been fantastic to be a part of that. And we're just getting started.
And, Joey, you're saying that, being a part of the track, you've been here for a lot longer than Scott and I have, and you have a lot of experience with all the different aspects that are going on here at Mid-America. You are a very busy man. You're involved with all of it. And just the growth over how you've been here for a couple of years, correct?
So me and Jason got together in 2018. So we really kind of sat down back then and put some things in place that it's been cool to watch come to life. Quite honestly, I didn't know that we'd pull any of it off. But Jason's an amazing owner and manager, and he knows how to bring people together and bring the sport together. And man, I'm just thankful.
I think we all are. In fact, our first race is just about ready to take that green flag.
Heck
Pam,
yeah.
let's have that lineup. I want to thank you for joining us up here today. You got a lot of fun stuff going on, man.
Here they go.
All right,
yeah.
This is our amateur NA class out on course right now. We do have our first wave of cars that have taken the green flag. We have Brian Taylor, Jeff Chambers, Dan Holm, Quinn Kleinig, Daniel Morris, and Nick Sinkard that just took the green flag.
Oh, we got parts flying off of stuff.
Oh, no, that's not good this early. Oh, and you can see.
It's slippery.
There is some areas that being the first out on the race course after they've watered the track is not always the best because you do see them slipping and sliding.
No, but it does make it interesting.
Yes, it does.
All right, second wave.
Second wave just took off the line there.
That looks like Bree Seek or Josie out front. Which one is it?
Josie Watkins. We have Josie Watkins, Heath Henderson, Waylon Wharton, Dakota Medlin, Tyler Johnson, Bree Seek, Blake Helms, Alyssa Graham. They have taken it. We are going to have 3 waves of cars taking the green flag this morning.
Yes.
That's only happened probably, 2-3 times this entire summer. We've had 3 waves in a single race.
There are 19 cars entered in this amateur NA class.
Yeah, so Bree Seek's out front, already pulling away from that second heat wave right there. We're about to release the third. Here they go.
They're on screen. That was the number 7 of Dan Holm. Our last wave of cars just took that. Blake Helms, Alyssa Graham, Christopher Adelot, Ashley Rowden, Rowdy Speaks, Randy Holman, TJ Sires.
You know, right there was a great shot from the drones. It was a little sunny and glare looking down. We can see where the wet spots are on the racetrack right now on lap number 1. I can guarantee you this, it's going to change by lap number 3.
It's already changed. This first corner is completely dried out. Looks like the most perfect track you've ever seen, so we're ready for some wild racing.
So maybe
guys,
it's an advantage.
I'm going to go to the start line, do some cool stuff.
Awesome.
Check us out on Facebook, Instagram. We're going to be hitting some videos, some reels. Tag us, share us. Let's get the message out. Let's work as a unit. If you're watching at home, share the link to this feed. And I'll see you guys in a little while.
Awesome.
Y'all have
Yeah.
fun.
All right, bye, Joey.
You have it, Joey.
All right there is the 726. I believe that is on their screen there.
I also remind everybody at home that's watching us right now, check in, let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions, Pam and I will do our best to get those answered. But let us know who your favorite driver is, who you're cheering on, and where you're checking in from. So we'll be doing that all day long.
And look at the drone footage right there showing the way the track is all set up. I love seeing it from above. That is our race line jump right now. That is on screen. Going into that last right-hand turn right before they go through that finish line. And I believe that is Bree Seek right there. And the Polaris RS1.
And I guess we got to remind the fans at home that are watching that this is being done by time,
Yes.
not by placement of where you
Yes.
finish on the race course at the checkered flag. So
Exactly.
this is being set up, raced out basically for starting position, gate picking spots for this afternoon's main event.
Oh, and you got a little two-wheel action going on right there. This is a really cool section right here. They're making a right-hand turn going up onto the Talladega turn. The drone footage is amazing, but it does no justice for how steep that hill is right there. And that is Waylon Wharton right there. That is a battle going on with Waylon Wharton, Dakota Medlin. They're getting ready to go into that rhythm section. The rhythm section is a great
Unrhythm.
we always talk about rhythm, non-rhythm section. But right now we have Brian Taylor, who has the fastest lap so far of this heat race number 1. Oh, a little bit of bouncing around there on screen. And it looks like Bree Seek has jumped out with fastest time right now. They are doing 4 laps.
Actually, it's 2:12 of Blake Helms. Scored on lap number 1, but yeah, you're right. Bree Seek, her best 2:13.3, so very, very tight times right now.
And there's some water settled right there on the screen there. You can see the drone footage getting that. And I believe that was a 927 of Nick Slinkard right there on screen.
Little tuck to the inside, makes the pass.
Some great battles going on here in heat race number 1. And we're out here at round 7 of the side-by-side championship series. We have a lot of people that are in tight point standings right now. This race right here today is going to be a kicker for some people that are so close in points. It's just basically holding your car together and finishing the race today.
It's pretty tough when you got a full-blown practice one day and then actually 2 races coming up next. That's a lot of prep work and a lot of fixing, yeah.
Exactly, and that right there, they are coming down through. That's the hill that they're showing on screen right now. That is the one they go on off the start. There is a hole shot award right there, an HMF hole shot award that they will get during the main event. Whoever gets that hole shot, they do get a little extra bonus from HMF.
So Barbara Lacey checks in from Tomball, Texas. She's watching Darren and Michael Green. Thank you, Barbara, for checking in and cheering on your favorite drivers. So Bree Seek's second lap was just a little bit slower. Actually, a full second slower than lap number 1.
Look at the battle going on through the rhythm section right there.
Now, one thing we haven't talked about is in that muddy area, look at all these cars just loaded with mud. And that's the kind of mud that's sticky and it'll hang on to the car. Think what the drivers are doing with the tear-offs of the mud muncher systems and the helmets.
That's Jeff Klamers right there and Dan Holm. Bree Seek, all 3 battling it out.
Whoa, Josie Watkins, big time lap time of 2:11.3, the quickest one by over a second. So Josie really kicked off a great lap.
That's Bree Seek right there. She just took the outside turn and took over a position from Dan Holm. And back there, the section they were going through, that was the 80-foot tabletop junk. And that right there, that is the exit of the rhythm section. Such a cool camera view from that area, from that angle. And there is the 366 right there.
They don't have a whole lot of time to breathe at that last tabletop, clearing the rhythm section, because you have to sit up for that left-hand turn, and there's water, a little pond on the inside of that turn. So you have to set that turn up perfectly, not to go too wide and into the drink.
And that there is the race line jump that they're going over. That's another very steep hill that just does not do justice on the screen. They are going through the MRT finish line right now, getting the white flag. White flag is out for heat race number 1, amateur NA class. And you can see right there, we're not doing the Barbie Jeep this weekend, but you can see the hill is still being maintained.
Beautiful green grass.
Beautiful. Beautiful sod was laid out on that before we had visions out here. And that right there is a very weird right-hand turn when they're coming down that hill. There's no bank, as you can see, that they can use to turn on that, so you do have to check up just a tick. And that there. You can see the water has settled in certain areas, but the track is in pristine conditions right now. Going to enter into that rhythm, non-rhythm section. Right now it's a little difficult to see all their numbers because the mud has taken over, but that right there is the 927 of Nick Slinkard on screen. Bree Seek right behind him.
You can see that Bree had to kind of it was falling right behind the car in front. Had to pull off to the side just to try and find clean air.
Exactly.
And you can see one, I didn't see on the last time by, but someone's smoking pretty hard right now.
They were doing that at the beginning as well. With this water and mud that they're going through, it could just get a little water somewhere to create some steam on the motor. They will be getting that checkered flag here in just a moment. Brian Taylor out there, Blake Helms, Josie Watkins, Waylon Morton. It is not on position, finishing position. It is on time.
So, yeah, right now it's still Watkins with a 2:11.32 with the time to beat out there on that race course. Again, I want to really reiterate the fact that this is done by time, not by where you finish at the checkered flag. So far, yeah, it looks like Watkins will have the fastest lap of the race in that 2:37.
All right, Brian Taylor has just taken the checkered flag, first in position, but not on time. Josie Watkins with a 2:11.326 so far has the fastest lap of the amateur NA race number 1.
By a long
heat
shot.
Race number 1, not race. Our main events will be starting at 2 o'clock today for our main events. If you want to watch the live timing as what we are seeing here, make sure you go to mao.livemotorsports.com. You will be able to watch the live timing as we are calling it out. You can see right there the MRT finish line. A great overview of the track right now.
Can we talk about a little bit of a, kind of throw out a little bit of a teaser?
For what?
For the next event coming up. There's some very, very cool things. Stay tuned to every form of social media that's out there. We'll be making an announcement on not only what's going on that race weekend, it's just something you might want to set aside in your calendar and save the date. Okay, we're not getting married, but save the date anyways.
That was the number 27 on screen just now that was throwing a little smoke out of the back end of the car. I don't think it really probably is smoke either. It kind of look more like a steam.
Steam, yeah.
But there's the MRT finish line right there. You can see our spectator area. We still have one car on course, but our next class up will be the Expert NA. Be our moto number 2 for the day.
Real quick, I want to throw it out there that looks like Bree Seek was our third quick in time, lap time. Blake Helms was second quick, and the top spot goes to Watkins. The top 3 in time out of 3 different waves of heat race number 1.
That was a great
well, it sounds
race.
like Tiffany's got somebody trackside. Tiffany, who you talking to?
All right, it looked like there was just a little bit of a microphone technical issue going on there, but we do have our next race, so if Tiffany gets that mic going, we'll go ahead and grab him. All right, so we're going to go back to Miss Tiffany Stone.
I'm very confident right now. First time here, so I'm really just trying to get used to the track and learn my lines, learn from the other competitors. This is probably the most competitive series in the country, and it's only my second real race in any side-by-side at all. And so we're just, coming out here to learn as much as we can.
And talking about that, obviously we have the mains later on, so you're going to go back. Obviously you've got some notes that you want to change. Overall, though, how's the car running for you?
Real well. We actually had a rollover yesterday, but we got it back together, and I want to thank all the guys that helped me, Jason Everhart, Will Harris, Bo. A lot of people have pitched in, and I really appreciate their help.
Wonderful. Well, great talking to you, Jeff. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. As we get ready for our next race, you got the lineup all ready to go. Who we got?
Yes, we do have our Expert NA class. This will be moto number 2 of the day. And we have Mr. Carson Vell in the 999. We have the 242 of Darren Green, 21 of Keegan Cummings, the 003 of Mr. Will Harris, which he just mentioned, the number 14 of Gavin Beers, 978 of Rick Schroeder, the 401 of Chad Mayo, 37 Patrick Shamblin, number 12 of Aliana Baker, the number 16 of Aaron Cuevas, the 614 of Sean Philbin, the 1776 of Braxton Moore, and the 24 of Reese Harris. That is our lineup for the Expert NA class. We have a total of 13 race cars that'll be out on course.
While we have just a moment, I want to ask you on a personal level, you've got a racing family, and your son's been out here racing all summer long. I think he's missed 1 weekend of racing or 2.
He's missed 2. He's not here this weekend as well because the team driver, once you use your team driver, they have to do 3 races.
Gotcha.
So, and we are green, green, green. Right now they're going up that start line, which is another very steep hill. So our first wave of cars, which is Chad Mayo, Rick Schroeder, Gavin Beers, Will Harris, Keegan Cummings, Darren Green, and Carson Vell. Carson Vell is only 14 years old. My son is 14 years old, but he is out there with the big boys racing.
He's a big kid himself. Holy smokes.
Yes, and he is right now in position, third place right now. I believe that's Mr. Will Harris that did get the whole shot, even though the whole shot does not count in the heat races. It will only count for the main events. And second wave just took off the line. So this is going to be a great heat race. All of them are going to be great heat races, but this is the Expert NA class. These people, they have been racing for years. They have experience. I mean, we got Aliana Baker right now, just took the whole
I'm telling you, that young girl, and I mean girl, she's just this tiny, petite little thing. I think she's a junior in high school.
Yeah, I believe she's 15 or 16 years old.
And she's a cheerleader, the whole 9 yards. And I just saw the move she put on the outside, coming down the hill, on the outside of the corner, making the pass to the top spot. She is, when she crawls out of that car,
driver.
It's, oh, absolutely. Her and her brother both.
Oh, got a little bit of contact with Aliana Baker.
Now it's going to be fun watching her try to pick her way through the top two to get back to the front.
That might be Erin Cuevas. I can't quite tell. That is right out in front of her right now.
If you remember the last round of racing, both her and her brother were the only two drivers in the entire class, in the entire series, that was making some moves out there in that same spot on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And I asked them about that. Do you guys like watch each other, help each other out? And her words were, we can't talk about it.
And there's a great battle going on between all of them right now. And that, I believe, was Gavin Beers that was battling it out with Miss Aliana Baker. Coming around for lap 1, getting completed by Mr. Will Harris, in position in first place right now.
Oh, man, Aliana's got all kinds of problems. Is that her off the track? Completely off the track on one of the
that is that
emergency roads.
That's that very weird turn right there, that left-hand, like, off-camber turn that she just looks like she kind of maybe went a little too far on the outside, and it just pushed her right up the fire road, as I will call it. Somebody's got some parts laying out on the course right there before the Ultimax Spillway, 80-foot tabletop. But Miss Aliana, it looks like she might be having some issues out there.
Tell you the adventures of Chad Mayo to get his car completed and here at the racetrack has been fun to watch on the social medias.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, because he had a horrendous rollover one round ago. And basically, I almost want to say he totaled that car out, but somehow they're able to save it and get back out on the track.
It was a bad deal, the way the car turned out. I mean, it happens. It's racing. It happens all the time. But we do have Mr. Will Harris right now with the number 1 time of a 2:05.778. We are out doing 4 laps for all of our heat races. It is a 4-lap race except for our pro classes. Our pro classes do 5 laps, and they will be later on in this morning.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what is the advantage outside of having clean air running up front that Will Harris has over the rest of the field. He's got a 5-second gap on everybody on lap time out there on that race course.
He is a very good driver. He's getting a lot of practice. He's not only racing here at Mid-America, he also goes and races the Coors Series, which is down in South Carolina. So he's getting seat time. So seat time is key. So if you're only racing here and you don't get seat time outside of this racetrack, I mean, yeah, you're a great driver, but racing other areas, you do get seat time.
And the tricky part of that is the dirt is completely different here as compared to Carolinas.
Oh, exactly.
It's like that sandy-ish, clay-ish kind of weird texture out here. It's just rock.
It's red dirt out there. I mean, I have not personally gone there. I've been wanting to take Hank to go race that series in between here for seat time. There's Will Harris right there on screen. He just is completing lap number 2.
A little bit slower,
yes,
2:08.
If you know that there's Carson Bell and Mr. Chad Mayo on screen there going through the MRT finish line, completing their second lap. We got some spotters that we're passing by right now with the drone coming in, and there's Will Harris again.
Carson Vale on lap number 2 had his best lap of the race so far, so he's getting quicker, where quite a few others are just off the tick from lap number 1 a little bit.
And Carson Bell doesn't only race in this class, he also is in the Youth 1K class, I believe. So he's getting out of his car after this heat race, and his other car is already going to be staged over at the start line because he's going to turn around and get in his next car and race right over again. That's another way of getting great seat time, is racing in multiple classes out here if you have multiple cars. But right now it looks like Will Harris and then has the number 1 time. Carson Bell sitting in that second position with time at a 2:11.070. Reese Harris third at a 2:11.
Chad Mayo's, I think, up in the second, so he's got a 2:10.
I was going by the little ticker on the side of the screen there.
So good on him. I'm a fan of Chad. Just watching what he does, and he's a goofball to begin with.
We do have Aliana Baker pulled off to the side. It's not on screen right now, but it looks like the tow recovery crew is out there with her. And that battle going on right now on going into the rhythm section. Track crew did an amazing job this morning. I came out early this morning and went to check out the track. I was like, it's before the sun came up, and they were already out there watering the track.
Oh, I talked to one of the track workers last night, and they were coming out to water all night long, straight through.
Yeah, you really have to whenever you're wanting to have a pristine track. But it doesn't matter how much we water this track. By the time we get later on into the races, it's going to dry out, because you get down into the dirt and start making those ruts. 3 inches down, it's already dry down there, so you're going to throw it out. So right now, Mr. Will Harris still out in that number 1 position on time at a 2:05.278.
Carson Vale stepped it up from a 2:10 to a 2:07.
And you can see right there on the right-hand side of the screen, that is Miss Aliana Baker getting towed off. But you know that her crew is back at her camp already going to be ready to get her fixed for the main events. And that was Chad Mayo, I believe, on screen just now. Ooh, a little sideways right there by the 242 of Mr. Darren Green up on that Talladega turn. So he is trailing behind Chad Mayo, trying to catch some time there. Doing that little S turn going into the rhythm section. So another thing too, while you're watching us live at home, make sure you pay attention up in the right-hand corner. We do have all of our park sponsors going across there. We have MRT Race Tires, Maxxis, Fuel Works, Oklahoma Ford Dealers, Gates Belts, Highlifter, HMF Racing, Polaris, Raceline Wheels, Rigid Industry. Lots of people taking care of the park here. Without them, we couldn't do it. Off-Road Syndicate, Texas Motor Works, Ultimax Belts and 360 Wraps. So make sure you pay attention to that, and you're building yourself your own race car. Check out our partners. You
had mentioned a little while ago that if the fans at home want to watch the live timing and scoring as we see it,
yes,
to go to mao.livemotorsports.com. And what I find interesting, if you look over on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, sectors 1, 2, and 3, those are loops that are underground that kind of trip. There's transponders in the cars. So when the cars go over that loop, it trips the time.
Yes, exactly. We have multiple timing loops, and that was Chad Mayo just now getting passed on race course by Darren Green, going over that race line jump. Mr. Will Harris has came through with a 2:05.278 with the fastest time of the day here in Moto 1 for the Expert NA class, and he has taken that checkered flag.
But what I was getting at, the sectors 1, 2, and 3, you can actually see who's faster in Sector 1, who's faster in Sector 2. Which is I find really interesting. So like you said, Will Harris will cross the line with the best lap on lap number 1. You'd think that as the race went on, the track would dry out a little bit, and he'd find where the traction is. He'd get quicker, but that's not the case. So 2:05.2 is the fastest lap in this race out of the two. Actually, let's see. 2:05.2? No, I stand corrected. 2:05.0. Pat Shamblin, fast lap of this race. So he was down at the bottom of the page, so I missed that. So nice job by Patrick.
So we have Braxton Moore still out on race course, going to finish out the Expert NA class today. That was a great race. There were some great battles going on. The track's amazing.
It's a race, but you're racing the clock.
Right.
But then try to find clean air. So do you fall back from the guy in front of you and maybe get passed by somebody behind you? Now you got somebody there, or you just attack?
You know how it is when you put your brain bucket on. I call it a brain bucket.
Lack of brain bucket.
When you put your helmet on.
Lack of brain bucket.
It doesn't matter. You're out there on race course. You're out there on race course.
Well, let's go down trackside to Tiffany Stone one more time. Tiffany.
Nice job over here. We were just chatting. Last time you were here was Visions. It's a little cooler. Temps are a little bit different. Track conditions are also a little different. From your perspective, what do we see today?
Well, I tell you, the track was super wet. A little bit worried about it. My spotter said coming into turn 1, it's going to be pretty sloppy wet, but managed to put the old junkyard razor here. It come through. It's been doing very well. We're getting faster and faster, and I'm learning how to drive short course. So last round was actually my last round, last time I was here, but Visions was my first time at MAO. So, but yeah, I'm enjoying it.
And talking about that, you also mentioned core, you also mentioned Ultra 4, and what we notice is seat time is everything for somebody, and like you said, you're trying to get a little bit better out there. What have you learned from last round?
Well, that back tabletop, it's a booger, and you want the car to fly just right so when it lands, it's not killing the car. And we're also we've been having some bearing trouble on the rear. We got some bearing carriers that are going to take care of that for us. So.
Wonderful. Well, we're going to let you get back, get ready for the mains. Nice job out here. You pretty fast out there, about 5 seconds faster than everybody else, so keep that up heading into the afternoon. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And we're getting ready for our next race already, race number 3. Are there multiple waves in this one?
There are only 8 drivers in this one. This is our Youth 1K class, so our Youth 1000. And like I said earlier, Mr. Carson Bell, he's up there probably switching out cars right now.
Real quick, yeah.
The lineup.
So here's on the pole right now in the Polaris, the 333 of Dylan Jacobson, and right alongside of him is the 999s of Carson Vale. Ty Lukmeyer in the 225 starts third. R.J. Tremblay in the 1810. Starting fifth with Jace Leach in a Polaris in the 979. T.J. Sowers in the 157. Kennedy Singleton in the 71 starts in that 7th spot. And Michael Green starts 8th in the 75.
It's going to be a fun race. These youth, the majority of them, they started out in the 170s, out there, the little tiny tots as I call them, moving on up into the 1000cc class, and most of them are all in the Polaris RS1s too, and that's a great vehicle for the kids. I know that between a 170 and a 1000, it's a huge gap of power, but what a great way for the kids to be able to step up, in classes, going from 170s to the
being a mom. Okay.
To the 1000s, and then that's great seat time, great practice to get them up into the amateurs.
What was it like going from a 170 as a mom, going from 170 to 1000?
My kid being in it?
Yeah. What was that? Because when you look at the numbers look huge. When you talk about the horsepower and the CCs and all that kind of stuff, it's a big gap.
It is a big gap. It is a big gap, but honestly, as a mom, always made sure he was in his proper safety gear, making sure it's properly adjusted for how it's supposed to be, because all of our racers have certain safety gears that they have to wear, and they have to wear neck restraints, and you just have to make sure it's all properly adjusted. And I wasn't worried. If he wrecked. I mean, I don't know. It's a hard question because I was nervous, but I wasn't. But I know that there's a lot of people out here that have their kids that have moved up, into classes, and there are some parents that are nervous, and then there's other parents that are just how I think, it's just a natural thing because their kids have been racing for so long.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we are going to head to a quick commercial break, though, while we're getting ready for the next round. So we'll be right back after this.
ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors for round 7 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series. It's been a great morning already. With our races that have been going on, we are going into our third round, or our third heat race right now of our Youth 1K, which you went over.
One wave.
Not
multiple waves.
They're at our starting line whenever our camera pans to it. There are 8 gates, as you can see right there. They chalk them out. So they'll put a car in each gate. They're all numbered. That's where they start. So we have 8 that can go off the line at a time. When we go into our pro classes, they do it a little bit differently. But that's right there, the starting line that we're talking about whenever we say waves, because you can only have 8 cars at a time.
Well, and in the heat racing, they'll start 8 wide, send them up. So then the next wave will come up to the line, get into the gates, send them, 30 seconds later? They'll go out. But in the main events, they'll pile them into those things, 8 gates wide, 2-3 rows deep, whatever it takes to fill that up, and they start them all at the same time. And turn 1, I love the whole shot. I love that.
Everybody wants the whole shot.
There's something about that. Not only do you get clean air, as the green flag comes out for this heat race right here. Here we go to turn 1.
All right, looks like only 6 took the start. I did see a couple cars roll up, so maybe they are doing a 2-wave heat style, but right there you can see they just now hit the mark of the whole shot. So later on in the main event, they will be hitting that and getting a little extra bonus.
Oh, and April Schroeder checks in and goes, go Pickle in the triple threes. So we know who she's cheering on.
Carson Bell.
Dylan Jacobson.
The triple three. I was thinking triple digits. Sorry about that. But right there, they're going through that Talladega turn. And it looks like, I believe, TJ Sears is already out in front. But that doesn't mean anything. It's all about time. Oh, this is our 800cc class right here that took off the line. We do have a couple of them in this race because we do only have a few, which is Miss Kennedy Singleton and Michael Green. So the second wave that did go off the line is the 800cc class, which is another stepping stone from a 170. You can go into an 800cc. But between an 800 and 1,000 is still, a huge difference as well. You can see right there is our track safety crew. We have them all over the race course. That is number one thing out here is safety first. And on screen, a great battle right there going into that weird off camber turn. You can either take the outside line or the inside. It just depends on if you're passing or what you're more comfortable driving.
We got to do bring a pro driver out there, just himself, run a couple of test laps. First 3 laps, do the high side, and then we would do the speed rate. Oh, there we go. Nice run here.
That was a great run going there right
But like I was saying, get it at the end of the straightaway then. If he did the high side in that turn, how fast is he going into the next turn? And then do the low inside groove, and how fast would he be going in that next turn?
And that, I believe, is the 999 of Carson Vell right there on screen. That is in that second position. No, that is not. That would be RJ Tremblay right there, the bottom of the screen. And we have somebody off race course there. Can't quite see their number, but it looks like it might be a 4 in it. Can't quite see that camera angle. Or the 225 possibly. Unfortunate. But they do have time that they can go back and fix their car if it's fixable. And that is Mr. Carson Bell right there on screen.
Yeah, our top 3 right now are separated by a total of 4 seconds. So there's 2 seconds back to Carson Vale running in second, and then 2 seconds back to RJ Tremblay.
And right in front, look at that little spin out almost right there. That is the 157 of TJ Sears that almost spun out in that turn. Carson could have overtaken the position.
That'll be one of the spots where we're going to see if there's going to be any kind of blue groove, that spot right there will be the first place we see it.
And Carson Vell's cars pop out. He's got bright colored cages. His last car is hot pink, as you guys can see on screen. This one's bright green. sticks out. I like it. There's a couple other cars out there with bright colors as well. But we do have TJ Sears is in that 206.979 right now, holds that top spot of time. There's that off-camber turn from above. That's an awesome view right there that the drone just got. Our drones are amazing.
Yeah, these pilots.
The pilots are awesome. There's FPV drones there. They're going back into that 80-foot tabletop jump right there, the Ultimax Spillway.
Just clearing it so beautifully, landing on the downslope, making it look so easy.
Yeah. It's all about setup. We were talking earlier when Joey was up here. It's, you know, it's setup. If you race here and only race here, your car, once you get it figured out, it's set up and you don't have to change it. You just have to figure out your tires, basically, for the track conditions. Mm-hmm. But that is TJ and Carson right there, 1 and 2. They're out, finished their second lap. So we do have, again, 4-lap heat races for every single race but our pro classes. They do 5 laps. And it looked like Carson Bell might have touched tires just a little bit with TJ.
Well, Carson just on his last time by kicked off the fastest lap of the race with a 206.39 to a 206.97 of TJ. So
I mean, we keep saying, you know, do you back off or what? But you can see right there, he's in his mud.
I guess when
and
you find a groove.
You do find a groove.
I don't mean a groove on the track. I mean a groove in the car.
Right.
The rhythm. Yeah.
I knew exactly where you were going with that. But yeah, it's you might be trailing behind him, but he's pushing himself to get that faster lap time. And now they're still going to have to push because they're so close in time.
So it looks like, hey, Becky Harrison checks in. She's going, go RJ. So that's cool to see.
RJ Tremblay's in that number 3 spot on course.
Currently third quick with lap time.
With a 2:10.060. And there again, that is Mr. TJ Sears and Carson Bell. They're heading into that backstretch, going into that very weird left-hand turn right here. We need to name that turn. We gotta have a name.
Spaghetti bowl? I don't know.
No, because then when you're hungry, you're gonna want some spaghetti.
Yeah, like right now. Like right now.
Got a little bit of mud on the drone right there, but Carson Bell jumping over that 80-foot tabletop.
Oh, we got a yellow out for...
Yes, that's been out for quite a while over there. I believe that is either Jace Leach or Dylan Jacobson. I can't quite see who that is over there, but they have not came around for...
so this will play a little tricky on the lap times now because basically it's going to come down to your best lapping on lap number 1 because 2 and 3 right now are not going to be up to par.
And the white flag is out for the heat race number 3 of the Youth 1K class and the 800cc. And it looks like Kennedy Singleton has the fastest lap time in the 800cc class with a 2:35.577. And Michael Green is also in that number 75 with a 2:46.663. So Kennedy Singleton, points leader.
So right now we're top 3 in lap times. We keep bringing up lap times. That's only because this is what the kids are out there racing for now is the best lap time of the race. Will give them the best gate pick going into the main event. So right now it's RJ Tremblay with a 2:10 flat, Carson Vale with a 2:06.3, and TJ Sowers with a 2:06.9. So
and talking about points leaders in the Youth 1K class, Jace Leach is our points leader, and I believe that's who is over there where the yellow flag is out. So that is unfortunate for him. Carson Bell is sitting number 2 in the class, and they have a 6-point difference. So that's going to hurt Jace Leach just a little bit on the points. Great little battle going on right there with Carson Bell. And the 157 of TJ.
I just have issues looking at a picture of Carson and looking at the class name Youth. He's got to be a good 6-8 inches taller than me, and he's a big kid.
It's pretty fun. He's taller than you?
Yeah.
Huh.
Got way more hair too.
Oh, that's awesome. So Carson Bell still holding that number 1 spot of time. So it's been a great youth race right here.
See, what's interesting, I wonder if we have any spotters that are on the
Live feed listening?
live feed. Not so much the live feed, but the live motorsports timing and scoring on their cell phone. So they can report back to their driver via the spotter's radio what the current lap times are. And it says, hey, this next lap you need to step it up. Or, okay, you got like a 5-second back to second place lap time. Be cool.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting. I'm trying to find the hill where some of the spotters are and just to see if that kind of communication might be going on.
Well, they're all around right here, so you can have somebody with you sitting there too, probably letting you know as well.
Well, so here's our top 3 in lap times, I should say. RJ Tremblay with a 2:10 flat. Carson Vale is second. I'm sorry, it would be TJ Sowers is second quick at 206.97. And then Carson Vale is our top spot, our fastest guy on the track this morning, 206.39. So he'll get number 1 gate pick this afternoon.
I see him over there, too. It looks like they're going to eventually get a little interview with him here in a minute. But we do have a few cars out on race course still. We do have our 800cc class of Kennedy Singleton and Michael Green still out on course. And Kennedy Singleton is still out in that number 1 position for the 800cc class. And again, she is our points leader. Kennedy Singleton, and then her brother races. Great family. I love the family aspect here and going around and chatting with the kids. And I mean, you see Carson Bell out and about all the time, out chatting with everybody. I think everybody's friends with Carson.
Yeah. Actually, I think I may have got my driver screwed up. It looks like Miles is actually going to be talking to our driver this time by. Well, that being said, let's go down and see Miles right now. Miles, who are you talking to?
Fresh off the track with RJ Tremblay. You had a lot of fun out there. The track's coming together now. At 13 years old, you're having a lot of fun out there. Fun out there. Course out there. It was a little slick this morning, but it's starting to tack up pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, sir. My favorite part of the track is the tabletop in the back. You get lots of airtime. It's fun to jump.
So so obviously you have your whole family here, right, to help support you, be out here at Mid-America Outdoors. How much fun is it here to have this kind of time with your family?
It's very fun to have time with my family. It's fun to race, and then after I'm done racing in summertime, go up there to the pool with my family and friends and have lots of fun.
RJ, it's been a great heat race this morning. You had a lot of fun out there. What are you going to do a little different going into the main event later on this afternoon?
Probably just change some tire pressure, get ready for the hard pack later.
All right, RJ, a lot of fun watching you. Best of luck out there. And like I said, it's all about fun here at Mid-America.
Yes, sir.
All right, RJ, a lot of fun. I'll let you get back out there, get everything set up, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Facebook page and what people are saying, and Julie Thomas checks in, way to go, Carson. Joe Kaufman, good job, Carson. So yeah, you're right. Carson talks to a lot of people, so there's gonna be a lot of people probably checking in. So that's kind of cool to see.
Fan base out there. But we do have next up Moto number 4 for our heat races. It's going to be our women's NA class. We have 11 drivers out there in the women's class that'll be racing. We have the number 10 of Haley Boodle, the 528 of Leslie Yoshimoto, the 505 of Michelle Potska, the 17 of Brooklyn Singleton, the 237 of Josie Watkins, the 774 of Shiley Broker, the 27 of Felicia Johnson, the 8A of Alicia Graham, 15 of Ashley Rowden, the 431 of Bree Seek, and the 314 of Katie Thompson. And Miss Haley Boodle is our points leader in this class, so we will see how this turns out. She does have only a 1-point lead over Josie Watkins in the overall series points right now. This is going to be a very fun race to watch whenever people are battling like that for points.
Well, I'm going to put you in the spot a little bit Okay.
Oh, goodness.
It should be nice to see you out in the track, running with the ladies.
I did that, yeah.
Yeah, a
at
couple of races ago,
at
yeah.
Visions. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was actually in, it was in the turbo class, but I had so much fun out there. It's been a while since I was in a race car, but had to shake down the kid's car before he got in it.
You had to. Oh, twist my arm. They weren't here either to see it, so yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. No, it was a lot of fun. No, these women, they're awesome. They battle it out on race course. They're friends in the pits. You'll see them at dinner later on tonight. It's just fun to watch.
I got a question for
Everybody.
you. Is there a more beautiful starting line anywhere in the country?
No.
The valley like that, it's surrounded by trees, the archway starting line.
It's a great track. It's a great starting line. It is beautiful.
No, there's only one place. I think I told you about this, ERX. Same exact kind of view, but if you look to the left side, there's a big ditch right there at ERX. It's a trout stream.
Huh.
You go up there for staging. You see all these guys in the pit crews kind of leaning on the race truck, kind of looking down. And you're kind of wondering what the heck's going on. They're watching the fish.
Oh,
They're
how
watching
funny.
trout. Yeah.
Don't give Jason any more ideas. Gus won't like that. Gus and all the stuff and the ideas. I said something to Gus. People at home that don't know who Gus is, he basically
pushes dirt. A lot of it.
The whole entire park. But it's pretty fun to try to give him ideas. He's like, no, don't say anything.
I want to see what the hour meter is on the grader at the beginning of the season and what that hour meter says at the end of the season. That gives Gus, I don't know if he has a pillow in there and maybe a sleeping bag, but he like lives in that thing.
No, it's awesome. He also helps us out with all of our Ultra 4 races and everything too. So, but let's get down to talking about the park. What's your favorite part about Mid-America?
Look behind us.
Besides the track.
Oh, geez.
The view.
All encompassing. Oh man, the food is fantastic. What you look at me like I eat a lot or what?
No, that's where I was going.
But the menu is absolutely outstanding. The steaks, we both had a steak last night.
Awesome.
Oh man, the friendliness of the staff. Well, the friendliness of everybody here. That's part of the staff,
because
part of the
it's a huge family.
Yeah.
We always talk about it's racing family. So here, yes, the staff, we're all like one big happy family, but all of these racers that are here and they're all here racing the whole entire season, like they become your family too. So this whole entire Mid-America is awesome. But back to it, the restaurant, right now the pool's closed for season, but I mean in the summertime we have the pool.
I never tried it out. I can't believe it. In all the heat and all the sun, I never even dipped a toe.
I did one time, but that was before when we were here for Visions.
Yeah, how was it?
It was great, but I haven't.
Did you do Lazy River?
No.
No? See, I'm a floater.
It was just us employees all in there.
Oh, really?
One of the days that we were able to go in. Yeah. No, it's a great facility, though. They have a splash pad up there for the kids. But up on the hill, too, by where the pit bikes are.
Oh, yeah.
Last event, we had this mud event up there. That was fun to watch.
They call it mud nasty. Yeah. I was calling it nasty mud.
But the pit bike track, I know Scotty Champion, who is in our pro class, he has been running the pit bike races this year. He's up there doing track prep yesterday, and I've been seeing pictures of it being posted of how prepped it is, and we'll be doing that later on tonight at 6:30. We'll be going over there. Racing starts at 7, but that's a lot of fun to watch, the pit bikes.
All these big guys, it's adult classes even. It's all these big guys out there. In fact, Dustin was here. Dustin Jones was here last weekend, or the last race weekend, and they were just a bunch of goobers out there having fun. I think he had his Captain America cape on, his red, white, and blue
his signature helmet
on,
matching gloves.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a great place here. There's always so much action going on, but there you can see on screen.
Another great shot of the starting line. Wow.
And it looks like we have 6 across, so we will have 2 rows going out right now for our women's NA class moto number 4 for the day. And there is the green flag.
And Addison Nibble goes, "Let's go, Josie Watkins." We'll find out real soon, Josie.
All right, let's see. It looks like Josie Watkins just took that whole shot. We do have Hayden Boodle, our points leader.
By a long shot, already about a 15 car length lead going into turn number 3 in the Talladega turn. By the way, Talladega's today. And tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
Cup, yeah.
I
Xfinity
usually
today,
follow
Cup
that
tomorrow.
stuff, but not this weekend. It's been busy.
So right now we're kind of keeping an eye on that sectors 1, 2, and 3 section as we wait for them to cross the first timing loop.
And here goes second wave taking off right now.
And Addison Nibble adds in whole shot, Princess, go, go, go. I love it, man. Such a neat shot right there coming down that straightaway into that left-hand turn.
That is Brooklyn Singleton right there on that 360 wrap Yamaha. She has a beautiful car, but 360 Wraps also is a sponsor of Mid-America Outdoors.
Yeah, they're all over the place on a ton of cars, tow vehicles, trailers.
And there's a great view right there of the rhythm section. And this is the second wave coming at us. There's a little bit of mud already on that was on Bree Seek's car. That one does not have a number on it.
Well, through Sector 1, Josie Watkins has the fastest lap, but man, oh man, so close behind is Michelle Patiska.
You wait and see. Let's
Wow.
wait and see what Haley Boodle does. So Haley Boodle is another racer out here that goes to that Coors Series and races as well. I know they were there at the last round. So it's seat time, seat time, seat time.
So Josie Watkins completes lap number 1, the 205.84, 205.84. As I scroll down the rest of the field, nobody is even close.
Oh, and that's the
so far, Yesley
so that is
Yashimoto.
number 10 of Haley Boodle right there on screen.
Yeah,
Trying to make that pass on the inside, did not quite get it. Trying to see that
outside
number.
entrance, inside exit.
Oh, a little tire rub in there, but great save. Great save
Man,
by Haley Boodle.
it was a side-to-side contact. Thank God it wasn't front to back. We might be saying something different right about
But
now.
what an amazing save. Now that's in her head what just happened, and now she's just trying to make up time on the 237 of Josie Watkins. Haley Boodle being that points leader, you know, she's trying to keep that out front because it is between Haley Boodle and Josie Watkins with that 1 point difference in points, in the series points right now. Wow.
Bree Seek has the second fastest lap time with a 2:07.
And Bree Seek has already been out on race course today. Earlier on, she did race in that amateur NA class in the same vehicle that she's in now.
So she's trying to battle up to the lap time of Josie Watkins right now with a 2:05.84. And Bailey Dowden says, let's go Singletons. Thanks for checking in, Bailey.
Another great family out here, the Singletons. Haley Boodle is on a mission right now. So Josie Watkins must have did something somewhere because Haley Boodle is already back right up on her bumper. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Right before the race line jump.
There might be something mechanical going on because that was just a huge, yeah, I think
We shall see who comes across behind us. Looks like Haley Boodle now is out front in front of Josie Watkins on race course.
on course,
not on
yeah,
time.
on course.
Have to reiterate that. I get excited because it's all about placement, but I know that it's not really about placement. It's about time for these heat races. So we are 4 races into our heat races for the morning here for round 7 at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series.
Yeah, Bree Seek still has the second fastest lap time on lap number 1, which is a 2:07.85 to Josie Watkins' fast lap of 2:05.8. And Haley's got a little catching up to do. She's got to make up about at least 6 seconds
Right.
to get into the mix of things. And this is just for gate pick, so for
Correct.
the main events, yeah.
And there on screen, the 237 of Josie Watkins. Haley Boodle on screen. Her brother actually races. Her dad races. They all race out here. It's a family affair. It's a family sport. It's so fun to see the families doing that. What's even more fun is when they start battling it out on race course against each other. And there's Brooklyn Singleton right there in that 360 wrap. Yamaha, or Arctic Cat, I'm sorry. My mistake. And the course, you can see right there, it is drying out, but it is right now, to me, that is perfect. That's perfect track conditions right there.
Well, I don't mind a little bit of standing water because you know the whole track is still got some moisture in it.
As long as it's not in your line.
Well, yeah.
Guess that's when you find a different line to take for sure.
Bob Dink Heinzman. I got to find out what the story is between Dink, Bob. But he goes, Josie Watkins, yet another top student of my man Travis Pointer.
Which will be out on race course later on.
Tell you, Haley Boodle's getting close to that lap time that she's seeking. 206.95 to a 205, so she's getting closer.
And you do get extra points for top qualifier. Josie Watkins out there with a 205.840, still leading right now on time, but we shall see if that sticks. The white flag has came out too, so we are on our last lap of moto number 4 for the day. And there we have right there again, Miss Haley Boodle. Coming up on the 27, Felicia Johnson. Great drone footage again.
Tell you, Bree Seek is out there battling hard, trying to make up one position. And nothing but clean track in front of the car she's trying to pass. And she's, like I say, she is so close right now to the top spot.
Singleton right there. That jump back there, you could see Haley Boodle just now when she landed, it kind of just bounced like a ball. I know a lot of people were doing some shock adjustments in the pits yesterday. Even though you might have your car set up and ready for this race, it just sometimes, you know, you do have to do a little bit of adjustments. So Josie Watkins has taken the checkered flag with a 205.840.
All on lap number 1.
All on lap 1 seems to be the key today. Haley Boodle's coming in. Let's see if she'd make it up any lap time. Nope, she actually dropped back in time, but she has a 206.955, was her fastest of the day.
And if it stands to hold, looks like Bree Seek should have the 3rd fastest lap.
And that was Shiley Broker that you just saw go through the MRT finish line. Shaylee, I'm sorry, I keep saying Shiley, it's Shaylee. These guys and gals, I mean, obviously this is the women's class, but it's awesome seeing them out here. And there's Michelle right there, the 505. And she's in a Yamaha. A great conversation with her. Michelle was telling me, like, she grew up always watching racing. She loves racing, has had a passion for racing. She watched Supercross and everything. She just started racing not too long ago, and she also has a drag car. She has a pit bike. Like, she has multiple styles of racing vehicles because she has a passion for it. And it's like she's always had it her whole life and just started racing now.
Well,
how cool is that, though?
If you can do it, why not?
Why not? Yeah, it's just awesome that she's, you know, fulfilling her dreams of going fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that was a great moto out there. We're going to have the Tiny Tots come up here in just a minute.
So our top 3, once again, just to recap real quick. Let's see. Bree Seek was 3rd quick. Haley Boodle, 2nd quick. And Josie Watkins will take the top spot and be able to pick gate number 1 if she so chooses later on this afternoon during the main event. Well, let's go to Miles. He's got another one of our finishers at the Hill.
with Haley Boodle. You had an awesome battle out there. We saw it on the show. You touched tires, got off track, but saved it. You and Singleton 1 point away going into this round. You're on top in the points. She's right behind you. Awesome battle out there.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's intense out there now, getting down towards the end of the season. People are going to start racing a little bit harder now, knowing that the championship is right around the corner. And it was a great race. I can't wait to do the feature. And I couldn't have done this without the help of my sponsors, Avid UTV, Cryptic Side by Side, with the help of Raceline and Maxxis. I want to thank my family, Skid Row Racing Team, and everybody that has helped me get to this point, because without them I wouldn't be here.
And talk about Raceline. I saw that wheel hit Singleton just a little bit, and you can't even tell. It's looking great.
Yeah, we hit a little bit. I kind of went in the inside of that corner and didn't realize that she was going to come down, and I kind of tried to save it, but we just touched. And if it wasn't for the durability of the Raceline wheels, I don't think I would have finished that race, as well as the Maxxis tire being extremely tough for that too.
Well, Haley, your horses to horsepower, your handle, I love that, because you used to ride horses. Now you got the horsepower here, racing here at Mid-America Outdoors, and I just know you love this track.
Funny fact, I actually showed my horse last weekend, and now I'm here, so I just love the horsepower, you know?
Busy. Well, Haley, I'll let you get back there. Good luck in the main, and always a pleasure watching you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll send it back up. Scott, Tiffany, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Miles. And so, Tiffany, how's it going today?
She's up there with Miles. It's been fun. I've had a lot of fun today. I've had a fun weekend.
Well, and it's not 100 degrees.
It feels like it with the sun on my legs.
But no, we got some more racing going on. We got the 170s, I believe it is. Yeah, 170 limiteds. In motor number 1, we've got, 9 drivers. Here's our lineup as we speak. We got Paxton Yashimoto in the 228, Damian Shamblin in the 37, Connor Stowers in the 112. They're all in Razors. Kennedy Singleton's in the 71 in a Hyson. Some more Razors. Avery Sides in the 56. Caden Graham in another Razor in the 57. Another Hyson, the 3C of Case Beeman. B.A. Smith in a Razor in the number 52. And Mia Cotto in a Razor in the 91. And Tanya Sides jumps in and goes, let's go 56 Avery Sides. So that's so neat to.
And we have Mr. Case Beeman out there, who's always one to reckon with. That is for sure.
So we're going to have a little bit of fun with that. And there's something about what's really neat is if you watch closely in these, specifically the 170s, because they're slow enough where you can see when they're making moves and making turns specific to what the spotter is telling them. Mm-hmm. And that's what's neat to see is like they go into a corner or down a straightaway, the spotter tells them something, and they do it.
They react.
Yeah, and that car moves to the inside, outside, whatever it may be. And it's so neat to see because from our vantage point, we can almost see the light bulb go off above their helmet in the race car, and they've got something figured out. And that's what's so neat about this class.
Well, and this is the 170 limited 9 through 12. We do have a 6 to 8 class that will go here next after this race. But it's so fun to see they split them up because the 6 to 8. They get out there, they get their experience. They're a little nervous. Move up into that 9 to 12 class. They have a little more experience, and then they move on up into that 1,000 youth class, which is so fun to see. We were talking about that earlier. But we do have Miss Kennedy Singleton in number 71. She is a points leader in this class, so let's see what she can do out here today. But Case Beeman in that second position, and they have a 14-point difference in their points right now. So Case Beeman, like we were just saying, though, he's always one to reckon with out there.
And Kimberly Thomas-Smith checks in, goes, go Avery. Gigi and Papa are rooting for you.
Awesome. You guys, thank you so much for watching our live show. It's a lot of fun to see where everything's going with this park, be up here with the great race family that we have. But if you do want to watch it, as we keep saying, the live timing, it's at mao.livemotorsports.com. Make sure you guys are sharing your Facebook feeds, starting your parties so everybody can watch it. But it looks like we're going to go to the line here in just a minute of our Moto number 5 170 limited 9 through 12 class, and they are green.
Oh, the second row. The second wave got see, I've always, you've heard me say this before, the most dangerous position, the most dangerous job in all of off-road racing is a corner flagger during a 170 race. The kids don't like to lift. They don't like to brake.
No, but you were saying earlier the parents are talking to them on the radio. So that was the first wave of cars of Paxton Yoshimoto, Damian Shamlin, Connor Stowers, Kennedy Singleton, and Avery Sides that just took the green flag. So we'll have our second wave of kids go through here in just a moment. But we have 9 170 limited 9 through 12 out on race course today. And
they've got, listen closely, because they've got these things geared right to the top.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no.
There's our second wave, just took the green flag. Now, another thing, too, with this class, they do not do the whole entire race course. For you at home that might be new to watching the live show or don't know much about the 170s, how they race here, we do cut out a lot of the track because it would be a very long lap for them. Smaller car, learning curve. They'll get to go on the big track when they move up in classes.
So lap number 1, Paxton Yoshimoto on his Polaris. Has a lap time of 1:16.6.
We'll see with that second wave, who has it on the second wave when they go through. And that would be them going through it right now.
You know, Kennedy really, as a points leader, she really doesn't have to, get to the front. She really doesn't have to. If she stays right where she's at, that's very comfortable. That's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
She gets, as of right now anyways, she'll get second pick at the gate for this afternoon's main event.
Correct.
Which would set her up great for the main event.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and that is Case Beeman right there on camera. Followed closely behind was Avery Sides and Caden Graham. Going through the MRT finish line. A lot of racers out here running. With Maxxis and MRT between those two tires, very, very popular. It's kind of like split down the middle of who's running what out here.
So Melissa Helms checks in. Go, Mia. H7 race team is cheering you on.
It looks like Paxton Yoshimoto has a 1:16.662, so he has the fastest lap time right now out on race course.
Yeah, he slowed down almost, a little over 4 seconds on lap number 2.
Great drone footage right there of the tiny tots. Now, they do go back on the backstretch where we do have that 80-foot tabletop jump. That is a big jump. That's fun. I mean, what 9 to 12-year-old can go back to school on Monday and be like, oh, my gosh, you should see these jumps that we do. Like, kids
and then the friends going, kind of do that head to, what?
Right? But then again, a lot of these kids have already told their friends about it because they've been out here all season long, and they probably are at home watching. So if you guys are at home watching, make sure you give these kids high fives when they come back to school on Monday.
Yeah. In fact, Angela Haley checks in. She goes, because remember we were talking about Kennedy and, kind of being comfortable where you're at right now, that kind of thing. She goes, she's too competitive to not try hard to be first.
Right. It's hard. It's hard to not try to be in that number 1 position, but you want to push hard to keep your number 1 time. So she does have a little bit of time she needs to make up if she wants to take over that number 1 spot from Paxton Yoshimoto out here today.
Well, with that being said, she's the most competitive, or she's the most consistent driver out there right now with 2 laps of 1:17 each.
That is Paxton Yoshimoto and Avery Sides that just went through the MRT finish line. Connor Stowers just went through it. Now they also do 4 laps. Again, every single race for our heat races, they do 4 laps, except our pro classes, they do 5 laps for the heat race. And then at the main event, it changes up just a little bit. What's the fun thing about this, too, is this morning driving through pits, what do you see? You see the kids already out playing with their RC cars.
Yeah.
Out riding their bikes.
Play catch the
helping
Nerf
mom and
football.
dad walk the dogs. Like I saw that this morning, too. It's so much fun to see these kids doing their daily chores or having fun with the kids on their other friends out in the pits, but get on race course, and it's all competitiveness
totally
out
changes.
on race course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Kennedy's really, really doing super well right now. Doesn't have the fastest lap of the race. Very, very close to having it, but the only driver to have 3 laps of in the 1:17 bracket.
Kennedy Singleton just took that checkered flag. Paxton Yoshimoto, Avery Sides. That's how they came in by position. Their time is what matters, not by position. But that checkered flag, Connor Stowers has taken the checkered flag in the 112.
Actually, I think they're on their last lap. That was a white flag.
Timings tell me 4, so I'm not sure.
On lap number 4. I don't know. Because they're keeping on going. Nobody's heading up the hill.
There's that race line jump right there. And right there, you can see that is where the parents spot from, right down there below. And we always joke about the parents have a race in themselves.
When they come out from the behind the gates.
And I mean it's true, because you want to get down there. You want to make sure you're down there and have your kid ready, because the kids, they get down there and then that's when they throw the green flag. But yep, everybody's coming off of race course. Paxton Yoshimoto with that number 1 time of a 1:16.662.
And it looks like it's going to be Kennedy's second quick of the 1:17.206. Third quick is going to be, let's see, 1:18. It looks like it's going to be Case Beeman with a 1:18.25.
And you can see the next race is all lined up. They'll be going out as well.
So who do we have, Pam? Who's next?
Next up, we do have the 170 limited 6 to 8 class. These are the tiny tots up there that are going to be taking the green flag, but I'm sure we'll probably have an interview sometime between here and there with Miles.
What I love about
there.
this class is, like you call them the tiny tots, the fact that half the time all you see is the knuckles and the steering wheel and a little bit of the top of the helmet sticking above the door bars. That is so cool.
All right. It sounds like we do have Tiffany up there with an interview, so going to you, Tiffany.
BA, it's always so good to chat with you. You're looking pretty clean right now. You had some great times out there. How are you feeling overall, buddy?
Good.
And talking about that, we're here, round 7. We've got one more round to go. But focusing on today, what's the game plan? Obviously, to take that checker later on in the main, of course.
Just go fast, take the turns well. Just don't slow down too much.
And talking about that, what do you think is going to give you a little bit of difficulty out there when you're talking about turns? The track is coming out really nice. There are some slick spots still out there, though.
Yeah, some spots are a little muddy, so you have to be careful on those turns. It's interesting on the turn before the big hill, almost the final turn.
Gotcha.
Because it's like you're coming down that hill and then it's like super sharp, and you have to go around there.
Perfect. Well, we're going to let you get back, buddy. We're going to get you in there, get ready for the mains. Like you said, it's a little bit tricky out there, but you've got it. Make sure that you take those corners nice, those turns nice, and, of course, don't slow down. He's going to take the checker later on. That's what we're hoping for. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. That's an awesome interview there with Mr. B.A. Smith in the number 52. We are moving on to the 170 limited 6 to 8 class, and we are going to have 9 cars in this one as well. We'll have the number 63 of Code St. Peter, the 111 of Easton Helms, the 86 of Harper Willis, 135 of Bentley Fagan, the number 11 of Luke Anderson, 47Y of Maggie Flores, the 7 of Jace Buzetsky, the 98 of Blaine Singleton, another name there, Singletons, and the number 21 of Mid-America Ambassador, Mr. Tanner Thompson.
My eyeballs are going to be on Code St. Peter. The kid has been fast in everything he's touched this year, all season long in both classes, and I think he's undefeated except for 2 races where he DNF'd. Other than that, he's clean sweeped everything, I do believe.
He's got a very clean year under his belt for sure. It's going to be fun to watch. I love, again, watching these kids. But Code St. Peter is our points leader in this class as well. And he's a fun kid to go talk to.
Yeah.
Fun family. Dad does desert racing and stuff. But we have Code St. Peter with 229 points as he sets right now. And we have Tanner Thompson is in that second position with our series points, has 188 points. So that's quite a gap in points, but you never know. Anything can happen.
So we got Sharon Merrick checking in. She goes, let's go Harper, number 86. doesn't have a bad starting spot. Right now, third at the gate for the heat race. Now, it looks like we got 2 waves coming out.
It looks like that's what they're going to be doing is 2 waves on the heat races, which works out well because then, they're not all
Clean
out
track.
there. Right.
Yeah.
Split it up. Let them have
Put
a
the
little
main
bit of
event
clean air.
way
Right.
different.
Well, as we saw the last race, they were all trying to take off at the same time.
Yep.
They might have just thought, let's go, it's racing.
Yeah, should be noted that noise you hear in the background is a race car from a prior race, 2-3 races
they
ago.
Came out and
As
spotted.
soon as they get done, come out, park on the side of the hill, and spot for their usually kids or teammates.
There we are. We are green, green, green. Luke Anderson, Bentley Fagan, Harper Willis, Easton Helms, and Code St. Peter. And let's see. Look at the color of the car already out number 1.
Yeah.
Get out front, get that clean air. Now, Code St. Peter at the Visions event, and we did the switchback over there, he did, I believe it was 33 laps in his little 170.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, it was a small race, but there we are. Tanner Thompson right there in the number 21. Taking that number 1 spot. Blaine Singleton, Jace Buzeski, Maggie Flores, then Luke Anderson, and Bentley Fagan out there right now. We do have 9 cars that did take the green flag. They will do 4 laps.
Anthony Muncie checks in. Hi, everyone. Go Team MRT. And then Fred Thompson right behind him goes, let's go, Tanner.
Anthony's here. He's on site watching us. He's probably somewhere around here. We just can't see him.
Well, he just heard us call him out.
I know.
So we'll see.
He's always here. He has lots of athletes out here. We also have Max's Dave out here as well. Well, sounds like we are going to have some in-car footage going on. Oh, look at that. I know they were trying this out yesterday in Scotty Champion's car and also in Cody Martin's. Look at that.
Oh,
You can kind
that's
of tell how steep
no.
it
Look at the
is.
helmet. You see the lightning bolts? That tells me it is. Where is? I'm trying to see him on the course. Will that be number 7? Yeah, number 7. Would that be Jace Buzecki? Is that how that's? You got me. You're gonna make me go out there and like stick my neck out on the pronunciation. Yeah.
I say Buzeski. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I think it's the number 7. I see the lightning bolt on the side of the car. I saw a lightning bolt on his helmet.
And that's a cool little battle going on right there with Tanner Thompson. Well, there is the number 7 right there on screen. You're probably correct.
So it looks like right now Coach St. Peter's got quick time after lap number 1, the 1:15 right behind him, 1:15.6. Easton Helms is a 1:17.2, so not too far behind. In the meantime, Bridget Jacobs checks in, goes, go Easton.
And that was Code St. Peter just now that went by. And there's Tanner Thompson, I believe, with Bentley Fagan just now going on by on screen.
This is one of those classes that you also watch the drivers and they're learning lines. That's the biggest thing. They'll come into the corner real tight, spin real fast to the left or right, and it scrubs off a ton of speed, and then they have to drag race the next corner. This class, you can't do that. You have to like carry the momentum to the turn, maybe make that turn a little bit wider, inside, outside moves, things like that. And you can see they learn that as the race goes on. Watch them on lap 1, watch them on lap 4, totally different driving style.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's where the parents are telling them, trying to coach them on their lines that to, try this time, try this next time. But
Yeah.
that's also where practice comes in handy because practice the day before, that's where you can try to choose your line and get that practice in that you need for race day.
Well, I hope I got it right, Nikki, but she checks in and goes, go, Jace. Mama is watching, and that's Nikki Buzecki.
She'll tell you yes or no.
I'm waiting for her response.
And that is another in-car right there of Jace. That is such a cool little view. They're testing it out to see how what will work for us with in-car camera, and it's going to be super cool when it comes down to having that available for everybody to see.
And then let's see, John Marty checks in, go Luke Anderson, Mr. 81 mile an hour. I'd like to know the story behind that.
So Code St. Peter has that fastest time.
Nikki checks in. She lets me know I'm right. It is Buzecki.
Buzecki.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. That's such a relief as an announcer. So once again, as you started saying, Coach St. Peter still has a fast lap time of 1:15.6 on lap number 1. Easton Helms is 117.2, also on lap number 1, and Tanner Thompson 118.5 on lap number 3. So Tanner's sticking his nose in there a little bit. So Perry Mahaney checks in, goes bearded Stitch here watching.
Awesome. I just saw one of those. They were handing out those fans here.
Oh, really?
Visions. They were little yellow fans, which work great because it was so hot here. A little warm this year here. So that is on screen right there is the 86 of Harper Willis. Nice, believe it's a purple and yellow car out there. Polaris. Code St. Peter still out there with that number 1 time. And they have got the checkered flag right now. Easton Helms, Code St. Peter have finished all 4 of their laps.
So it looks like Code will have the fastest lap with a 1:15.6. Easton Helms will be second quick with a 1:17.2. And Tanner Thompson looks like he'll come around on lap number 3 and score the 3rd fastest lap time with a 1:18.5.
Mid-America Ambassador. Luke Anderson, Harper Willis, Bentley Fagan. They have all finished all 4 laps. We still have Maggie Flores, Jace Buzecki, and
you got it, girl.
Lane Singleton. Those are the last 3 that we are having come through here in just a moment. Great little battle going on screen there of all 3 of them coming through the MRT finish line for that checkered flag of heat race number 6, 170 limited 6 to 8 age group. Fun stuff. We have 2 more 170 classes still taking place. So our next class up is going to be the 170 stock. There is no age group for the 170
That's like a
stock.
12 horsepower, 12, 13 horsepower,
I'm
something
not
like
sure
that.
Exactly. I think it's 16 maybe.
Kind of thing. And then I believe they move up to like when they start getting into the limiteds, it's like 15, 16 horsepower. And then it goes from that to the 1,000.
Right.
And I'm not exactly sure what the horsepowers are.
Singleton's doing the 800s. But yes, there's definitely a lot of change of horsepower for sure. Like we were saying earlier, between the 170s and the 1000s. But we do, like I said, we have the 170 stock class getting ready to come up and the 170 modified class still to go for our morning heat races here at round 7 of Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series. Been a
All right,
great
I'm going to put you on the
weekend.
spot. You nailed me with a question. What is your favorite thing about Mid-America Outdoors?
The food.
It's the last thing I expected you to say.
Really?
Yeah.
The food. Well, besides
Yeah.
the people.
Yeah.
The food.
Yeah.
Chef Don is amazing. Chef
Yep.
Don, I'm a very picky eater, and the race family here all knows that.
Even the green beans that came out with
they were
with the
awesome.
steaks last night had a great flavor
yes,
to it.
Yes.
Wow.
Chef Don has an amazing crew up there, keeping us all fed, and it gets busy up there at times, and their food is awesome.
Uh-huh.
We do have also up here by the pool area. They do have
the food trucks.
The food trucks, yes.
Well, it looks like Tiffany's got our next finisher at the side of the track. Tiffany, who you got there with you?
Maggie, it's so good to chat with you over here. You seem like you had a really good heat out there. Talk me through how you're feeling right now.
Tired.
And talking about being tired, I just saw that you took your helmet off. You have a Mint 400, so that means that you know exactly what it's like to race out in the desert with different terrain, different conditions. Obviously, this is a little watered down, very pristine here at MAO. How else are you feeling going into the mains later on tonight?
I don't know. I like the mains.
And talking about the mains, you've got a little bit of time. You said you were tired. Are you thinking about maybe taking a quick nap and resetting really quick?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know that you have a bunch of people to thank that helping you to be here for this weekend.
My mom, my dad, and my dad's mom.
Wonderful. Well, Maggie, I'm going to let you go take a quick nap. There's so much to do here. Maggie's a little tired, but back up to you guys. Perfect. Nice job.
Well, thanks a lot, Pam.
Tiffany.
Now I got me doing it. It's been one of those kind of days, man.
The day is young.
Oh gosh, don't say that. That just
That's
means
okay.
more
Tiffany's
opportunities for
absolutely
mistakes.
beautiful.
More, yeah.
Can mistake
I
us.
didn't. I'm not. No.
We both have dark hair.
The people,
No.
the women I have to work with here, Jack.
No. Okay, so let's have you go into our next race that we have coming up. We have the 170 stock. We are going to have 16 cars in that class.
Wow,
Go
I
ahead and
wonder-
give us our lineup.
Wonder if we have like 3 waves with 8.
We might have
that-
more than 3.
Well, here's our lineup. Once again, like she had mentioned, on the pole will be Emily Fowler in a 723 in a Razor. Actually, as I look through the entire field, they're all Razors, all Polarises. So here we go. 723 of Emily Harris on the pole. Harper Hess in the 24. Aiden Ballinger in the 2011. Haiti Cowan, the 121, will start 4th. Starting 5th will be Bear Abel Medlin in the 113. Atlee Yashimoto in the 612 will start 6th. Carson Summerfield will start 7th in the 09. Paxton Shamblin is back out there again in the number 37, starting 8th. Wesleyan Coates in the number 3 starts 9th. Starting 10th will be the 122 of Blaze Medlin. Carson Hill starts 11th in the 126. Chantley McCauley starts 12th in the number 11. And Heston Hess starts 13th in the 22. And Caden Vanover will start 14th in the 22V. Rossi Thomas in the 5R, 15th. And finally, Ryder Thomas starts 16th in the 6R.
It's going to be a fun race to watch. We have Carson Summerfield is our points leader in the 170 stock class with a 9-point lead right now over Caden Vanover. And they are off the line. They are green, green, green.
Boy, they're running real quiet mufflers today, huh?
This
Usually
is
we
the
hear
stock
'em.
class.
Yeah.
The modified is what we'll hear more of. That's one thing about the 170s when they do go green. Sometimes it's if we're like reading off paperwork, we don't
We'll see
hear
him
them
before.
go.
Yeah, we'll see him before we hear him.
That's why we have an amazing crew in our ears here telling us because he knows and he sees what we're doing. Taylor keeps us on our toes here.
Taylor, that claymation cartoon? That claymation cartoon from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer,
don't.
that lumberjack
Look
with a
at the-
big red beard. Isn't that Taylor?
I don't
Taylor's
know.
character? Taylor, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't watch TV.
Oh, this is an old-fashioned claymation cartoon.
But look at the race going on. Look at the race. They're all bunched up. You got 3, the first 3, the second 3, and then you got 2 together. Haiti Cowan, it looks like, is out front on physical. Carson
And-
Summerfield second.
And time.
And
yeah.
time.
Through the first
No,
loop.
yes.
There's only 2 sectors because of the abbreviated lap, so I'm watching the sector times of where they're crossing the timing loops. And see, Becky Harrison says, "Go Ryder and Rossi." And I really got to thank this young lady, Debbie Fagan. Thank you so much for the comments. I'm only as good as the person I'm standing next to. So Pam, we just got a compliment on our skills.
Oh, well, thank you,
this
Debbie.
morning.
It's a
Thanks,
passion.
Deb.
It's a passion. I love racing. These kids are my favorite. Let's do this, Scott.
Huh.
As we have this
Oh no,
great
you're
battle
gonna
going on screen.
you are gonna make me do it, aren't you?
What is your favorite race to watch?
Oh.
What
All
class?
motorsport-
What
oh,
class,
what class?
is your favorite class? As we have the 22 and the 126 right there battling it out. I'll let you think about that for just a minute.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So
That's fair.
The 22V, that's Caden Vanover that was on screen, and Carson Hill battling it out. They just went over that Ultimax spillway.
We got a couple more check-ins. Hermosa Robles, go Paxton number 37, and Chad Thompson checks in. Let's go Chantley.
So have you thought about it?
That was
I'm
quick.
not gonna let you down.
All right,
Let
you know what?
go.
Can I make it a tie between 2?
I think I might know what you're gonna say.
Okay. You then.
Can I guess what I think
Yeah,
you're going to say?
absolutely.
I think that your tie is going to be the 170 modified class and the Pro Turbo.
Oh, you suck.
Am I right?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly it.
Look at the battle going on right there, getting ready to come over the race line jump.
You're good. My gosh, you're good.
I pay attention. Pay attention to my people. That was a great battle over that race line. The race line jump is so steep. So the stock class, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself there. That's the 723 of Emily Fowler right there on screen. But the race line jump is really, really steep. In the stock class, being stock, as it says, not a lot of horsepower, their cars struggle a little bit more getting up that race line jump right there because it is so steep. And that's the only part that I see the cars struggling on. horsepower-wise. But otherwise, they are pedal down the whole entire time.
So it looks like so far Caden Vanover is our fastest lap of the race with a 1:18.99. Actually, he's the only driver that's in the 1:18 bracket. So Caden's the one to watch at the moment.
And they're very, the stock class being stock class, I love how it really comes down to how long you've been driving. It comes down to your driving skills. It's a driver's class.
Being stock, you can't do a darn thing to these things outside of like shock tuning and tires and that kind of thing. And there's not a lot.
Five-car battle going on.
Yeah, it comes right down to the driver because these things are so equal.
Exactly.
We'll call them the IROC of off-road.
There you go.
If you remember the IROC series.
So we have Haiti Cowan, and Emily Fowler, and Carson Summerfield and Paxton Shamlin. They are all four, neck and neck right here. And there's a pass going on screen right there. Look at that on the outside going
Whoa, dynamite. No.
That's the left-hand turn right there. They're going to be.
Slide wide.
Oh.
Nope. Nice maneuver right there.
Pass.
Wow.
This is where it comes down to spotters paying attention and, telling these kids.
Go. Take it. There's a, yep.
Exactly.
Wow.
They are going to be getting the white flag this time around. You can see all the parents right there at their spotter section.
Is there a contact right there
and
going
they're
on?
all so close together. I love seeing these kids so close together. It looks like Caden Vanover has the fastest time still as a 1:18.990.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Carson Hill in second fastest time is what I'm seeing.
So I think you are correct, yes.
Yeah. And then it looks like Wesley Coates has the 1:26.01 will be the number 3 position on time.
So Penny Sherwood and Elizabeth Goodell both are all about Carson Hill right now.
Carson Hill. I love, that's a great that name flows. Carson Hill. Isn't there like a higher up racer, I think, with that name? Carson Hill? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a hill that's racing Cup right now.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Is that a big old mud dauber?
I don't know. Look at that. Great battles going on. I love behind us here we have the parents that are listening in. You guys are awesome. Being the biggest cheerleaders out there, and I have to say, I'm sorry, the 170 classes are my favorite.
Whoa, just a rollover right here. A blue car, can't see the number. Just past the Ultimax Leap. Looks like there might be some right front damage, suspension
Probably
damage.
Broken tie rod or something.
But
look at that. It is the number 6R? 5R. No, 6R. That will be Ryder Thomas.
Okay. Oh, that'd be
6R.
6R, 5R? Because we have a 5R out there, too.
Pretty sure it was the 6.
Yeah, you're correct. So anyways, as I'm trying to get an accurate look at the lap times here, it looks like it's going to be Caden Vanover, the top spot, the 1:18.9. Carson Hill, second with a 1:19.2. And I want to say that I want to say Wesleyan Coates will be third quick.
I love it. There was 16 cars, actually 15 cars that took the green flag just now out there.
Yeah.
15 little tiny tots out on the race course all at once. And later on, they're all going to be starting at the same time.
Someday in Pro Turbo.
Yeah, right? I love it. Yeah, exactly. But we do have our next class is our last 170 class of the day. It'll be our Moto number 8, our 170 modified class. We'll get into the lineup here in just a moment. But that race right there, that one was tight racing going on the whole entire time. Very equal, like we were saying, comes down to the driver. That's a true like driver's class for the kids. And the parents back here, I love hearing them cheering them on. And this brings back memories.
She, just so you know, everyone knows, she does not like to talk about herself or her son's racing or anything like that. And
we were off the mics earlier, and I had that conversation.
And she was yelling, not yelling at me. She was like being stern with me, doing one of those deals. But it's like, this is
because it's about these
firsthand.
Kids
Yeah, it's a firsthand knowledge of what you have learned through the days of you being a first-time racer's mom. and then how it's progressed through his career so
Yeah.
far. So to get firsthand knowledge of that, that's valuable information.
Right. I
So,
get it. I
all
just,
right.
I don't.
She
like to
fights
talk.
me all the time on
I
it.
deter the conversation I try to deter the conversation every single time. But yeah, I understand it. But yes, no. But the 170 modified class. But it sounds like we're going to go on to Miles. He has a driver up there. We'll see here in just a moment.
So, Harper, I've interviewed your dad, Sean Hess, before. Now it's interviewing you. It's really cool to see you out there on the track, kind of following in your dad's footsteps.
Yeah.
How cool do you think your dad is? And now you're out here on the track doing the same thing? It's pretty sweet, right?
Yeah.
What was your favorite part about the track out there?
That I got a jump area.
That big jump out back? Yeah. I love it, buddy. What's your favorite part about Mid-America Outdoors outside of the racetrack?
It's pretty fun.
Have you been? Is this your first trip? You've been here before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's place is so cool. You swam in the pool if I remember correctly, didn't you?
Yeah.
Earlier in the year, yeah. It's been a great day out there, Harper. It's been so fun. I'm glad to see you following in your dad's footsteps with Hess Motorsports. It's really cool to see you out here having fun, enjoying family time with your dad.
Yeah.
All right, Harper. Well, I'm going to let you get back, go chat with your dad, see what you're going to get into in the main event. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, buddy. Give me a little high five. All right. Well, Harper's going to head back, get everything set up, and we're going to be heading back to the booth.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miles Hasselquist. All right. Next up, we have the 170 modified class, moto number 8 of the day. Round 7 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series out here at Mid-America.
Tied for my favorite class. You got it right.
I don't know how that was a great guess,
That
actually.
scares me.
So we have 11 cars that should be taking the green flag here for heat race number 8 of the day. We should have the number 56 of Avery Sides, the ambassador, Mid-America ambassador, the 21 of Tanner Thompson, number 57 of Caden Graham, the 63 of Code St. Peter, 106 of Quentin Arnold, the 48 of Parker Hurst, the 47Y of Maggie Flores, 52 of B.A. Smith, the 71 of Kennedy Singleton, 538 of Briley Lutz, and the 36 of Riley Jones. And we just got a little side note during this race. Mr. Code St. Peter is going to be running an in-car camera.
I predict that lens is going to be really, really clean.
Yeah. Well, in Code St. Peter, he is our points leader in this class, and you can see on screen right there, that is the view that we will have of the live in-car camera, which is super cool that we're actually testing that out and trying it, because it's going to be so much fun if we can do that, throughout every single race and pick and choose cars to just throw them in. And also, you know what this also teaches the kids to go back and watch too.
Mm-hmm.
They're driving as well. So if you're being real choppy on the steering
Teaching
wheel.
aid, learning aid. In fact, I see something right now. If that's a piece of tape on the steering wheel, that's at like 1 or 2 o'clock, he needs to pull that wheel off, put that tape right at the very top,
I think
and put the wheel back
there's
on.
a dark spot too right there, right up in the middle.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you see it? It's kind of looking like a little, like
I'm
a
old, I
Raptor.
can't
The Ford
see.
Raptor has the red on the center top of the steering wheel. All right.
So
Back
Tanya
to us.
Sides checks in. She goes, race hard all the way to the finish again. Number 56, Avery Sides. Everybody's cheering you on at home and at the track. And then Linda Carter checks in. Finally, somebody tells us where they're from.
Awesome.
Greenville, Tennessee. Linda, thank you.
Nice.
That she's cheering on Briley in the
You hear?
538. And Brandon Snyder's watching us.
Thanks,
Hey, Brandon.
All right. You can hear the
Whoa.
motor difference right now. That is.
There's
Code
that clean
St. Peter.
camera. There's that clean camera running up front.
He's like a rocket ship.
Yeah, oh yeah. Remember I did the
know.
interview with him at the finish line. I go, hey, how about you racing your dad in his car with this thing? Think you got a shot at him? He goes, oh yeah.
And look at that great in-car camera right there.
What's the first thing you notice? There wasn't any hand over hand. It's
Right.
all nice and steady.
Yeah, that means he's been
Cars
taught
handling.
very, very well too.
Becky Harrison checks in. Go Tanner Thompson.
Tanner Thompson, Mid-America ambassador. He actually came up and raced at Sturgis with us. He's raced our Ultra 4 stuff as well in the 170 class, which is a lot of fun to have them out there. They were awesome, great family. I love seeing them and saying hi. I'm a coffee person, and he literally, they would bring me coffee. I would buy Tanner cake pops, and he would bring me coffee to the racetrack because there was no coffee around. But on screen right there, the in-car camera, which is super cool. I love seeing this view. And look at the mud that he just went through, and see it slid him around just a tick. It's a little bit slippery. It's kind of like
Guess
hitting
what
ice.
he learned? He learned.
You learned. You learn how to, what is it? To turn left, you must go right,
Yeah.
right? Or
Yep,
whatever,
yep.
and vice versa.
Yep. Exactly.
You know, and what is your
The Hudson
best,
Hornet.
What is your best friend when you're in a race car? Whenever you start sliding out, what should you do? Your best friend of racing. I say best friend. I don't know how to word that.
Horsepower?
Throttle out.
Yeah, well, yeah, horsepower.
And when in doubt, throttle out.
That was, you know the name Walker Evans?
Yes, I do.
Horsepower, high horsepower. Saved him more than a few times in his career.
Yeah.
He would get out of shape and he would just nail it and would just pull him right out.
So we have Code St. Peter with the fastest lap time right now at a 1:04.396. He's in the first position on time and on race course. There's the parents right there in that corner. He's going through the number 63 of Code, going through the MRT finish line. Out on lap 3, there's that little area, which is very tricky right there, where he just hit that left-hand turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's like it's a hairpin.
Well,
So,
not only
there's
is it
water there all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say the standing water, it doesn't drain out at all. It
No.
kind of drains into that spot
Right.
and never dissipates at all.
I mean, every race there's water there. There's nothing you can really do about it right there, but it's all good. They've learned how to drive through it. But there we are. I didn't
Wow.
quite catch those numbers just now.
On lap number 2, everybody's a little bit slower by 3 or 4 seconds. Everybody, including Code St. Peter, our leader.
Oh, and it looks like we have a little bit of an issue just now. We had a car pull off to the side over here before the race line jump. Can't quite see who it is.
That's not it's a big jump, the race line jump. It's big.
It's very steep.
But the scary part about it is you can't see the other side. So
With
you
the
have to
big car-
trust.
Yeah, and when the big cars go later, that's where your spotter comes in handy for
Yep.
sure. All right, Code St. Peter still in that number 1 position with time, but Tanner Thompson with a 1:05.930 right now is second position with the fastest time. And then Caden Graham in the number 57 with a 1:08.010.
So if you notice Code St. Peter, yeah, we got a little wasp up here building a nest.
Yeah.
Code St. Peter took a little bit different line coming out of that tight left-hand terrapin turn where that mud and standing water is.
And there he's right there on the screen doing it.
Yeah, and he came out of the corner, didn't get fishy, and nice straight lines.
All right, there that is the 71 of Kennedy Singleton. Talk about seat time. I mean, she's already been on the track, 3 times? I think 3 times.
That's a big one.
That's a big wasp.
Yeah.
But on screen is what we are focusing on. 2 cars that just went through. We have the white flag out. Code St. Peter still in that number 1 position on time. This is our last 170 class of the day for our heat races out here at round 7 of the side-by-side championship series. Then later on, we'll be doing the trophies, which is so much fun to go watch. You got Billy Champion and all of his crew. They're all set up and ready to go. Billy Champion, let's talk about Billy for a minute. That man puts on a great side-by-side racing series.
It's so fast. And
so much fun.
You've been involved in 3-4 different off-road racing series over your short career. I've been in quite a few. This is the quickest.
Look at this. Look at this
Picture-in-picture?
that Taylor just did. We have it picture-in-picture.
But
Sorry, I got excited about that.
But this is the fastest run race series I've ever been a part of.
That white car, I believe that will be B.A. Smith, because he was in a white car earlier. And they interviewed him earlier as well. So we have the checkered flag has came out. We have Code St. Peter, Tanner Thompson, Caden Graham, Kennedy Singleton, Avery Sides, Riley Jones, Briley Lutz, and B.A. Smith will coming through shortly. Have all completed all 4 laps.
So our top 3 in time, Caden Graham of the 108 flat, Tanner Thompson of the 105.9, and Code St. Peter.
Aren't you excited?
104.3.
I finally got his name right.
What was it?
I used to call him Cody St. Pierre. Remember at the beginning, I read it right, but I said it wrong. No, getting to meet these people too has been a very huge help, going out into the pits and talking to everybody.
And you're great with names now. I mean, I don't like walking next to you, standing next to you when you're talking to people or walking up and meeting
Because
people.
an hour later.
Because I'm like, I had no, that was well, you know.
All right. It sounds like we have Miles up there with an interview, so we're going to head right on up to you, Miles. Take it away.
Hot off the track, I'm here with 360 Wrap team member Kennedy Singleton. You were great out there. How much fun was it?
It was really fun.
You're definitely one of that we're always watching out there, the young guys and gals out there. You are the future of our sport, and we just love watching you guys out there and gals racing so hard against each other. How much fun is it?
It's really fun because Mid-America makes the best out of it and makes the most out of it.
Yeah, the racing's great, but what about the rest of the park? What's your other favorite part out here?
Probably hanging out with my family, getting family time in, and hanging out with friends and just having a good time with other people.
And that's what Mid-America Outdoors is all about. You heard it here, right here with Kennedy. Friends, family, fun, Mid-America Outdoors, it all goes together, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
All right, well, you just got done with your heat, did great. I'm excited watching the main event later on today. Kennedy, get back there, check out the car, and have some fun later on this afternoon.
Okay, you too.
What a great day it's going. The young guys and gals, again, this is the future.
Man, that was fun.
Yeah,
he has some great stories. But starting in the pole will be the 95 of Todd Remereed. Will Harris starts alongside of him in the 003. Chad Mayo made it on the track with a whole ton of drama on the social media after last round's wreck. He'll be starting third in the 401. Austin Sides alongside of him in the 112. Starting fifth will be Randy Holm in the 41X alongside Jeff Johnson in the 27, starting sixth. Kevin Hall will start seventh in the Yamaha in the 46 alongside Dan Holm in a Honda in the number 7. Starting ninth will be Rick Schroeder in the 978 in the Yamaha, and the Razor of Jeff Chalmers will start 10th in the 413. And Mike Buccafusco.
That one I do know.
We'll start 11th in the 901 in the Yamaha. So this class has got so much off-track drama and things going on between the different race teams and their own issues. Starting right off with Chad Mayo.
Well, yeah, there's always, racers like to talk on and off track. Or not on track, but off track and, off site as well. But let's go back to Mr. Todd Remereed. Remereed, Tyler Remereed, they have been racing a different series this whole entire year. They've been racing Champ. But they did start off with us here at Mid-America at the beginning before those races started. But they're a great family they're fairly new to racing still. But last year at Crandon, the 2021, that's when they first came and raced for our Ultra 4 series as well. And they just have dove deep into racing. They're really great teammates with the Greaves family. But that family between Todd and Tyler, they are ones to reckon with out here on race course. And I believe Todd at Crandon this year won our Ultra 4 UTV class.
Yes, he did. And what's interesting about Todd, one of the stories that struck me was the fact that before they started racing, they had a couple of side-by-sides or UTVs. I guess he had a bad wreck, really messed himself up pretty good, and he didn't have any safety equipment, helmets. I think he was strapped in, but he wasn't. It was just a backyard UTV having fun on the trails. He messed himself up pretty good. And he said, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do this. We're getting rid of everything. I don't want to do it. And it was his wife that stepped in, I guess. Says, no, you're not stopping. In fact, we're going racing. And he went out and snorted around, bought a couple of, used piece of equipment, 2 cars, and bought some used equipment, racing equipment, modified it. And I guess he crashed again, got hurt again. And he was done. His wife again put the fist down. Says, I watched you. You and Tyler had so much fun, had such a good time. You guys are bonding so well. We're doing this. We're staying in. And she made him go out and buy 2 brand new cars, all brand new equipment to get it race ready. And as he's telling the story last night, he's kind of doing this because he's getting choked up. And it was such a cool thing to see. And if Tyler was around, I probably wouldn't have got that reaction from Todd. So it's such a neat story.
Yeah,
and there's more to it than what we talked, than what I'm saying now. But yeah, it's so cool when he started doing this and kind of getting choked up a little bit about how his brought his family together.
Uh-huh.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. This is my favorite vehicle. You can see in the background. I'm like way off on my pointing.
The Raceline water.
The Raceline water truck. We talk about our favorite race class, our favorite thing about the park. That's my. Oh no! Have you seen that? There's a F550, I believe is what it is, fire truck out here. That is Mr. Brad Snyder's, I believe. That is my favorite vehicle.
Oh,
you haven't seen the 6? I think it's a 6x6. I don't know. It's huge.
Didn't he have it up at the?
It could be up there now.
Yeah.
It was over at the shop
store, yeah.
the beginning of the week of being here. But, yeah, there's a lot of cool vehicles around here. But, the Rimmereed family, I'm jumping back, but the Rimmereed family, great family to get to know over the past little over a year that I personally have met them, and to see the growth of what they're doing with their racing program and sticking with it, and father-son race, it's just really, really, really cool. And, talking about, King of the Hammers, that'll happen in January. They're going to be showing up with 5 vehicles. I don't know if it's 5 total race cars or if some of them are pre-runners, but, talking about what it takes to get to a racetrack and everything. But 5 vehicles is a lot.
Well, they were teamed up with the Greaveses at KOH last year.
Yes.
And I think they're kind of using that as a cookie cutter to follow.
Right, which is...
There's nothing wrong with that. No, not at all. How do you think Greaves learned? They kind of...
And I don't want to, like you said, I don't like to talk about myself, but I started desert racing in 2007, and we came across a family with the same kind of thing. They've been racing for years, and they said, you know what, come join us at races you're not racing to see how we run our program. And so we would go to the Mint 400 and all the races that we were not racing with our current car that we had, and it's teaching, and like you're saying, they became really good friends with Greaves is what what Todd's saying and everything, and what other family to learn from with short course, right? I mean, you have lots of huge teams within the short course family and facilities and racetracks, but the Greaves have been around a while, and look at their program.
I fully believe that Johnny, the dad, Greaves, is probably one of the best shock people in off-road racing, and then I believe that CJ, his son, is probably the hottest driver over the last 5 years in short course off-road racing.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch them.
The number of wins, they've got a beautiful shop with a game room / bar kind of thing up in the loft. Beautiful shop, beautiful house, but they need a separate building just for the big checks they've gotten and the trophies and all the awards. Just for that, between the two of them, they've got to be the winningest family in short course off-road racing.
Yeah, they
history.
have a lot of. They probably do, so many trophies. Many trophies. They probably need a.
Johnny just recently this last year won his 100th Pro 4 win.
That's right. I remember that.
And I fully believe he's got a total of 300 under his belt.
Wow.
Going back to the Soda days, which was before Core, which was before Torque, which is before Champ Off-Road now.
Right.
So going back to his buggy days, when he ran in a single buggy, I fully believe that there's well over 300 total race wins in his career.
So we're talking about all the families and everything with short course, but let's talk about Legends of the Fall. That is coming up Halloween weekend. There's going to be a Halloween bash here. They're going to have a trunk or treat. They're opening up the park on Saturday here at Mid-America.
All the locals.
For the locals to come in and do trick or treating. We're going to be here doing the side-by-side championship series and the pit bikes. Ultra 4 Racing will be down in Disney. That's where all of our Ultra 4 stuff.
That race is going to take place.
We're all going to be split up that week. I'll be down in Disney. You'll be here. All over the place. So it's going to be a fun weekend of a lot of activities, and that's what a way to go out on the 2022 Side-by-Side Championship Series and Ultra 4 Racing. It's just the finals, the final event. Then we have 2 months off. That's it.
And they probably won't happen, but I'm going to say that Jason and Gayla are probably going to have to hibernate. We'll give them 3 days. Hibernate for 3 days, then it's time to come out and jump on 2023 because there's going to be some
jumped on 2023.
huge announcements coming out at Legends.
Right.
Huge.
So, just make sure you're following along with all of the social media for Ultra 4 Racing USA or Ultra 4 USA. And then we have the side-by-side, the Mid-America Outdoors Instagram page. Make sure you're following the Facebooks, and the Instagrams, because there's just going to be lots of stuff going on for sure. Follow the website. We have an app. This is something we haven't talked about. So the Mid-America app that you can download on your phone. What's really cool about it, you can go to that app and there is a button. If you're going somewhere and you don't have your TV or your computer in front of you, you click live streaming and you can watch it on the go.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to have your computer. The schedule's there so you can see everything that's going on, and it's really cool. So if you don't have the app at home, to the parents and the aunts and uncles, just
on the app, the menu.
Oh, no, that leaves it open to you need to come here and have the restaurant that
exactly Legends
and Chef Don cook for you. Yeah, you definitely. I don't know. What's your favorite thing on the menu? Let's talk about that.
You know, someplace I've never had anywhere else but right here. You can't get it anywhere else. I've never heard of it anywhere else. But but right now, I'd have to say the mushrooms.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the blue cheeseburger. Isn't that what you got the other day?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we have our next class going off the line. The 40-plus vet NA class has taken the green flag. Looks like Mr. Todd Rimreed already is out front for just a moment. Tied up. He's in second position now. And I'm not sure who that second place. Oh, no, that is Mr. Will Harris that jumped out in front and got that whole shot. Todd Rimreed in second. Chad Mayo in third. And I believe that's Randy Holm in the 41X in that fourth position physically on race course.
It looks. I didn't even realize that car of Chad Mayo's got done so close to race weekend. They didn't get a chance to wrap it.
I don't think he had time to do.
Well, yeah.
I think it literally was still finishing the stuff yesterday. But out there on race course was our first wave of cars that took off the line.
And there's our second wave coming off. It looks like 2, 4, 5 cars. Yep. Oh, and one goes around right away.
Oh, right there at the bottom of the hill. Oh, that is our in-car. That is Mike Buccafusco right there. He has our in-car camera right now, and he is in a Yamaha, the number 501. And he is a part of Billy Champion's team as well. He's out here. He comes out here on Wednesday and starts to helping set up before the races even happen. And look at that. We can now see the battle going on and still see the in-car of Mike Buccafusco. You can hear the motors popping and shifting gears.
Definitely a different sound of the Polaris compared to the Yamahas.
Yeah. Well, and they have the paddle shifters in the Yamahas as well.
The paddle shifters, chain drive compared to belt drive. I mean, there's so many differences.
Yes. And it looks like Will Harris still has our number one spot physically on race course. We'll see what happens because he is coming through right now, getting ready to go off that race line jump.
So far, he's got through the first two sectors of the timing loops, he's got the fastest lap time by a lot.
Sorry, I was looking off to the side and saw Will Harris go off that race line jump. Full speed, didn't even look like he lifted.
Will Harris crosses the line on lap number 1, 209.7. Todd Rimreed, 215.4. And Chad Mayo, 215.8. So Will Harris has got something figured out.
All right. A little bit of a battle going over. That's Chad Mayo, and I believe that is that. Yeah, Chad Mayo and Todd Rimreed are neck and neck going up right now over the Talladega turn. Battling it out. That is
See, now what I'm finding out.
Track,
now what I'm finding out is if you watch closely, different angles, and I'm cheating a little bit because I'm turning around and looking at the track. So between the monitor and actually physically looking at the track, there's a big difference on that track changing. There's definitely dry spots and definite wet spots, and there's like nothing in between. So these guys are struggling trying to find that traction.
Yes, for sure. And we do have Mr. Chad Mayo is our points leader in this class. And he has the points by quite a bit. So we shall see. We only have this round and next round left. But on screen there is Chad Mayo behind Todd Rimreed. They're running neck and neck. It looks like they're pretty equal on driving. They're both running in a Polaris Razor RS1, and that's the number 27 Jeff Johnson right there, the beautiful American flag wrap on his car. And he is in a Yamaha as well, and that is Will Harris, that 003 right there.
He's so quick it looks like it was fast motion.
Right. And he's already been out on race course once today. Oh, look at that. It looks like Chad Mayo got around Todd Rimreed. They're coming over the race line jump. So that puts Chad Mayo in physical position in second.
Well, Will Harris has crossed the line to complete lap number 2. 2 seconds slower than lap number 1.
But
so.
Look at the time difference between him and the second. I mean, you got a 6-second difference, so I would probably save the car myself.
It's actually Chad Mayo crosses the line on lap number 2 with a 2:18.42, so he's 7 seconds behind Will Harris at this point.
Right.
Not a bad place to be.
No.
Again, this is just for gate pick
exactly.
in the main event. And
Exactly.
he's, like you just mentioned, he is our points leader.
Yes, and there is Chad Mayo right there. On the front stretch going up Talladega turn. And you can tell they've put down fresh water, the wet spots on track. But yes, Chad Mayo in that number 1 position in the series points lead with a 235 points is what he has. Mike Buckafesco in that second position points lead. Not points lead, points, he has a 194 total points for the season. That is Chad Mayo going into the rhythm section with Todd Rimmereed behind him.
I wouldn't say Chad Mayo is off the pace right now of his normal race pace because he's faster in 2 sectors than Todd or Jeff Johnson or Randy Holm or any of the top guys. So he's still quick. He's just got to find, I guess, the rhythm of basically a brand new car.
Yeah, when it's a brand new car, you didn't get much testing time. He's used to driving an RS1, though. That's what he was driving before.
I should reiterate, it's not a brand new car. It's a rebuild car.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Might as well be a brand new car.
Yeah,
as
even
much
though
as
it's
work he
rebuilt,
did on it.
yes, you still got to get the adjustments back together.
So Chad Mayo on lap number 2 had the fastest lap time, but he's still pretty far away from the 2:15 of Todd Rimmereed, who currently has a quick lap.
I'm not sure where Will Harris is. He
Actually,
has fallen off pace here, and he was.
Yeah, you know what? He just might be. He might be playing that spotters game we talked about earlier, where a spotter tells him, "Okay, you got 3 seconds on everybody else. Just be smooth, bring the car back in one piece. Don't take any crazy chances." He's way back. No, 11th on course.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think something's probably happened, but he's been having issues with the cage on the truck. Not the cage, not the roll cage, but what is it called? The spider cage.
Oh,
on his right rear. So he's been going through quite a few of those. But we will be getting the checkered flag next time around for Mr. Chad Mayo. They got the white flag just now.
If he's going to kick into a lap time, now's the time to do it because he's got clean track, nobody in front of him for quite a while, quite a ways. He's not being threatened by anybody behind that's trying to pass him. So you got clean track. Run the line you need to run.
Yes. You can see that to 80-foot Ultimax Spillway jump right there. That's the last big jump. But that right there on screen is Mike Buckafesco going through, getting ready to go over the race line ridge. And look at that race course. I love seeing this because you can see them coming down where the whole shot turn is. Then they're going up the Talladega turn. It's a really cool
My favorite
right
corner
there.
is at the bottom, just past the
whole shot?
The whole shot.
Go
line.
at race speed and see.
Yeah.
You then tell me because it is not my favorite.
I love it because that's where you find out who the drivers are with the cojones.
So that turn and then that off-camber turn that I always talk about on the backstretch, those 2 turns right there are very difficult to try to figure out. But there is Mr. Todd Rimreed right there on screen. Getting ready to come over through the tabletop jump. And on course physically in that number 1 position, Chad Mayo will be getting that green or checkered flag here in a moment.
Tell you, Chad Mayo's not. I mean, he's got nothing to. He's got. Let's put it this way: he's got everything to be proud of right now. Of all the work him and the guys put in that car to get it on the track, in the different sectors, he's either quicker in sector number 2 or almost identical in time in the 2 other sectors where the timing loops cross the track.
And they just came through and got that green flag. So we have Chad Mayo and Todd Remreed, who have physically came in 1 and 2. But that does not matter, and they're so close in time. But Todd Remreed has a 2:15.423 as fastest lap time, and Chad Mayo's fastest lap time is a 2:15.805.
Yeah, Will Harris will take the top spot with a 2:09, which would put Todd in second, and Chad Mayo third as far as gate pick this afternoon. Lot of side stories and drama in this class.
All right, we're finishing up this race here in just a moment. Going through the MRT finish line right there. That would have been Austin Sides and Randy Holm. We got Jeff Chambers, Mike Buckafusco, and Dan Holm should be crossing that finish line momentarily. We had 11 cars out on race course just now for the 9th race of the day, 9th heat race of the day. We got one throwing a little smoke there. Let's see who that might be.
Is it smoke or steam?
Oh, and I believe
Oh boy, that's smoke.
that
is that's
Mike,
a motor going
that's
south.
Mike Buckafusco right there. He's sitting second position in points right now. They'll get this all taken care of. All right. Here we go. We're going to be going into the next round of racing here in just a moment. Got to get the course all clear. Make sure everything's all good. Our safety crew is right on it already. But we have our next class that's coming up. That is one of my favorites. There we see right there on screen, Mike is out of the car, all good. I think he gave everybody a small heart attack just now. But he is off race course.
Big
or
ol'
not
thank you.
off race course, out of the car, all safe and sound. Amazing, amazing track crew right there. You can see them all on screen, our fire, everybody. There's Mr. Joey Beck right there. He's out there on race course, helping out, doing some media stuff down there. So that's awesome to see. Mike's out of the car and all good. They'll get his car towed off the course. We'll probably have an interview here in just a minute, but that was a very good race. Between Chad Mayo and Todd Rimmery, that was the race to watch right there.
Well, and all the things that it took these guys to get to the track, to get on the track, to compete, and all because of the points. All because of what's coming down in just a couple of weeks here during the Legends.
Exactly. I mean, we have a little, maybe not too big of a break between now and Legends. And, I mean, Legends planning is well
Starts
underway.
tomorrow.
I know, right? It does. But
Well, Tiffany Stone's got one of our drivers down trackside. Tiffany, who do you have?
All right, Dan, it's so good to chat with you. You were telling me this is your first time here. You guys have been riding for about 2 years, but decided to go racing. You heard this was the best facility, the best park, the best track. Walk me through your first experience here at MAO.
My first experience is this place is way faster, and we're not set up quite good enough suspension-wise, but I would like to say to the people that work this place, you are awesome. We've met the nicest people here and had the most help, and the waitresses are friendly. We will be back every month next year. This is a great experience.
Well, talking about that, we have Legends, and it's going to be our finals in just a few weeks towards the end of the month. Is there a possibility we're going to see you then, too?
Probably not. My brother and I both run. He's 5 years younger than me, and his suspension is terrible, so we're probably going to send his off before we come back.
And talking about that, we split things up. You have your heats and then your mains later on. Is there something that you learned from being out there during your heats? Seems like it's a little muddy. There's some slick, spots out there. But overall, what do you think is that big takeaway?
I don't know that there is one. First time here, it's a big track, big jumps, fast track. It's awesome in my opinion. I've had a great time, and I know we will again.
Perfect. Well, like you heard it here, we're having a bunch of brand new people come join us this weekend here at the park between you and there was also Jeff earlier in one of the classes. So it's really good to see you guys out here. Hoping to see you full-time next year. That'd be wonderful. We're going to let you get ready for those mains. Okay. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And but what those between her and Miles, they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Down there, out in that sun, and kind of suffering while we're in the shade and beautiful temperatures.
You're in the shade. I'm always in the sun. I need to choose the other side next time. No, next class.
Yes.
Is a fun class. I mean, they're all fun. But we have our Pro NA class coming up next. So they will be doing 5 laps. And we have in the number 17, Colin Truitt. And let's talk about Colin Truitt for just a minute because we have just a moment.
The number 17 behind a razor in a razor, yeah.
No, he literally last race, in the heat race, he completely his car didn't look like it would be raceable. He went back to the pits and completely rebuilt his car. And then we have Jacob Giesendorf in that number 93. We have the 41 of Jeb Boodle, the 955 of Brock Lawson, the 43 of the son of Todd Rimreed. Tyler Rimreed is going out on race course right now. The 21 of Kanan Baker. That's somebody we haven't said his name yet today.
Well, he hasn't been on the track yet.
I know.
Yeah,
it's all
surprising.
About his sister. It's all about the sister. She's amazing. I love that girl. All right, and then we have the 99 of Kyler Holcomb, the 95 of Eddie Ensign, the 22 of Sean Hess, and the 717 of Ray Barnes. That is our next class coming up here in just a moment.
I've been calling out everybody that's been checking in with us.
Uh-huh.
You're going to like this one. Trip
Trip.
checked in. I don't know where you're at, Trip. Thanks for watching. And he's someplace in the facility.
Somewhere here.
Yeah, he's probably right underneath us. I don't know, but he's
sitting in his air-conditioned Ford. No, he's a hard worker. I'm sure he's not sitting anywhere, not sitting down at all because he's always helping out everywhere himself. But Colin Truitt, he is our points leader in this Pro NA class. He has a total of 210 points for the series right now. Kanan Baker is at 203. So Colin's got to stay on his toes because any slight mistake, that's where it'll hurt him. But
did you hear that? Man, I kind of felt the trailer move.
And it looks like we have Colin Truitt on the inside taking that lead right now of the whole shot. Best place to be of the race. So we have Colin Truitt, Tyler Rimreed, Jeb Boodle, the 93 of Jacob Giesendorf. Let's see. Who else was this? I didn't see the last car behind that, but I believe it was Brock
That was our second wave off the line. Kanan Baker's got the inside line. Can't pull it up. Won't have the hole shot. Again, we don't recognize the hole shots until the main event. Whoa, what a place to get sideways.
When in doubt, throttle out, and that right there is Kyler Holcomb that just totally got sideways at the bottom of that hill. I don't think the camera was on it, so I'm so sorry we were not watching the live show, but Colin Truitt is still in that number 1 position as of right now with Tyler Rimreed very, very close behind. They have quite a race going on right there. That was the best display of throttle out.
When in doubt,
gas is your best friend, the skinny pedal. But I'm going to really quick while there's nothing right here. Right behind us we have Mr. Cody Martin checking out the race. He'll be coming up in the Pro Turbo class here in just a little bit. So Cody Martin sitting back there studying the course with the Pro NA. But look at that view right there on screen. That will be Colin Truitt and Tyler Rimreed battling it out for the first and second physical position on race course, but that's not what this is about. This is about time. Who has the fastest time gets that, best gate pick. And we'll see right here who it's going to be right now for lap 1.
Well, we kind of know who that is.
Truitt,
yeah, it's going to be Colin.
203.959 has Colin Truitt, the number 17 Polaris RS1, has the fastest lap time so far of this race for the Pro NA class.
What strikes me is how blue the skies are on the monitor.
Oh,
That's exactly what it is here right now. if you're in the area or even down there, you got time to plan for Legends in a couple of weeks.
Right.
Please come out here. The leaves will be changing. A beautiful time of year. What a way to spend Halloween weekend here at Mid-America Outdoors. So what a great place to come to. Definitely a destination, as we're hearing it from a lot of people.
It's a destination off-road resort. I don't know where else you could go and have the amazing food and facilities that we have here at Mid-America. But look at that going. Oh, no.
Wow.
That was Colin Truitt getting a little sideways as off race course, and he is towed in.
Yeah, I was going to say the front end is something's happy there.
He came off that jump, and it shot him right off, so there's something that broke loose right there. He is not a happy camper because he is our points leader only by 7 points right now. That means he's going to have to go back to his pit, get this car. I shouldn't have said that. Last race, he had to rebuild it before the main event.
Well, he's the kind of guy that basically does rebuild it, whether it needs it or not. That way, it's in his head. It's done. This is taken care of. I don't have to guess, okay, I didn't change this, I didn't change that. Will it stand? Will it last the rest of the race? He now knows because he's the kind of guy he just works on that car crazy long time.
And that's Kyler Holcomb right there on screen, and the number 99, Kenny Bobby Racing, and that Yamaha.
Whoa, Kanan Baker, fast lap of the race, 2:03.6. Next quickest is Tyler Remery with a 2:04.9. Two of the young guns.
Yes. And Tyler gets a lot of seat time, so it's going to be fun to watch their main event later on.
You know what's, and I had to go to the bottom of the page here, scroll down to the bottom. Colin Truitt still has fast lap from lap number 1 with a 2:03.9.
So we have Tyler Remreed, Jeb Boodle, and Jacob Giesendorf are our 1, 2, and 3 right now physically on race course, with Brock Lawson 4th. But it's not about position, it's about time, as we keep saying. Great little battle going into that rhythm section. And that right there.
What's really neat about this class as well, that there's multiple manufacturers involved.
Oh, right, exactly, yeah. We have Honda,
Razors, Yamaha,
Polaris.
Honda, yeah. They're all in there. And there's parity in the top 3.
You got me hungry talking about the restaurant up there.
You asked. I had to be honest.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Holy smokes.
Look at the 1, 2, and 3 battle there on course.
Hang on to this one for a second. Kanan Baker, his best lap was on lap number 2 with a 2:03.019.
Oh.
Kyler Holcomb, his fastest lap on lap number 2.
2:03.016.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, feel that breeze?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Look at that 3-way car battle just went over the race line jump. Coming through, getting the white flag right here will be Tyler Remery, Jeb Boodle, and Jacob Giesendorf, 1, 2, and 3 battling it out for their gate picks right now. Look at that. It's a race within itself, even though it's just our heat races. We have a long day of racing still to go. And I'm saying Giesendorf. It's probably Giesendorf.
I think you got it right.
Yeah.
I'll go with what you say.
With the PPEI car. And there's Colin Truitt's car getting towed off race course. He is our points leader in the Pro NA class right now too as well. So right now it's all about him getting his car fixed to keep his points in front of Kanan Baker. All 3 physical leaders right now going through the rhythm section.
Kyler Holcomb, fastest lap for him was a 2:02.16 on the last lap.
And they're getting the checkered flag this time around, so you know that
Man.
they're all picking it up right now.
Kyler Holcomb gets his nose in there, the 202.16. Kanan Baker, 202.893. They're getting, no, these guys are getting quicker as the race goes on.
Right. They are. They're getting comfortable, and they know that they have somebody right on their tail. You know Rimreed's not going to give up that clean air out there in front, but in reality, they all have clean air unless they go through the mud, and then that's when they need their tear-offs. That was a running joke about tear-offs this morning in the restaurant with some racers about, I went and bought a 30-pack, joking, and they're like, you better buy a 60-pack. Only because the track is well-watered. The track crew's done an amazing job, but there is a battle going on. 3 wide almost.
All
right there
three
on
make
screen.
contact. All three.
Oh, goodness gracious. And that is between Tyler Rimreed and Jeb Boodle right there. Tyler has now taken over the second position. Jeb Boodle's out front. And Jacob Giesendorf right there. What a battle on the last lap of this race.
And that's not going to help their lap times, though.
No, it's not going to help their lap times, but they already had some very quick times.
So let's see if we can figure this out.
What a race that was. Sister's walking behind here. She's out here cheering them on.
So it looks like quickest lap. The screen would.
And of course, everything we say is unofficial.
Oh, it's jumping all over the place here.
It's because everybody's coming in to finish.
Oh, man. Kyler Holcomb, last lap, a 201.9. The only driver in a 201.
And you know what?
Bracket right there.
And Kyler's the one who spun out down here at the bottom of your favorite turn.
Yep, on lap 1, yeah.
Yep, on lap 1. What a race. That was a great heat race right there.
Caden Baker looks like he may be second quick with a 202.18.
That was a great race.
Kyler Holcomb is top spot with a 201.9.
That was our Pro NA class. That was our 10th race of the day for heat races. We'll be starting our main events around 2 o'clock today.
You ready who's for third quick? Sean Hess.
Sean Hess.
Is third quick.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
good job,
for
Sean.
him. Yeah.
Good job to everybody. That was a great race. The last lap right there. So nerve-wracking. But that's unfortunate for Mr. Colin Truitt.
Makes you wonder.
Be going back and finishing up, having to fix his car and get it all ready because, like I said, he is leading points, but only by 7 points.
And he had the fastest lap on lap 1 by a long shot over everybody before everyone got their rhythm. Yeah. What would he have been like as everyone else got faster?
He would have done the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he races multiple series as well, so he has plenty of seat time. Very talented driver. Colin's a very talented driver, and it's awesome. So it sounds like we have Miss Tiffany Stone up there, and she's going to get us another interview. So to you, Tiffany.
Nice job out there. You had us a little scared in the beginning of everything, Kyler. Walk us through kind of what was going on with you. You said it's a little bit different driving this Yamaha. And, of course, you had a great fast lap time, about 2:03. So you're in good spot right now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened on the start. I was trying to run down, I guess, behind Bako, and he just cut over on me, and I did a full 360 down the hill. My best bet was just stay wide open and try not to roll over down the hill.
We always joke, when in doubt, throttle out, and that's kind of what was going on. Scott and Pam are exactly saying that. So what's really the main difference with the Yamaha right now?
They're really hard to drive. They're rough. It beats you up. My hands are on fire just from trying to hold on, but the Hess power steering made a huge difference. And I've been driving it without power steering for like probably a year actually, and that made a huge difference. And just everyone's support out here with Kenny Bobby Racing, my parents, which they're watching right now. It's just great being out here and finally getting up here.
Well, the temperature is a little bit cooler. It's a little windy. The dust is starting to pick up. Obviously, we're going to, water some stuff down before the mains. But what's the big takeaway now that you know what's kind of happening with the Yamaha, what you want to implement for the main?
I would say, so it looked like I was running pretty good pace with everyone else. So, I think I'm going to be starting, second row? So I should be able to, if I don't get spun out again, I should have a good chance to be on the top spot today.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you. I'm going to let you rest your hands. Yeah, get something to drink, get ready for later on today. It's going to be a great race. Track conditions are perfect right now. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And
our race has started.
Wow, holy smokes, we're kicking them out real quick. It's this amateur turbo and a large class. I believe they're going to have 3 waves, I will bet, on this one, as we have 14 cars out there.
Yep. Yes.
Here's our lineup on the. It looks like Heat 1. In the Can-Am of Nick Wolk, the 768. Blake Helms in the 31X. Terry Hill in the 1776. Lee Knowles in the 41. Justin Moore will start 5th in the 82. Kyle Arkenau will start 6th in the 93. Sean Murphy starts 7th in the 39 Can-Am. Ariel Bayarski starts 8th in the 735 in the Can-Am. Morgan Vanover starts. Okay, everything's moving on me here.
Yeah, it's moving because everybody has started the race, but we have a great race going on. Mr. Lee Knowles, who is a Mid-America ambassador, he is number 1 in points right here, so he's really trying to hold on to that lead that he has, and that was him right there on screen there. And there we have the 39 as well of Sean Murphy.
Hey, we got Fred Shipley checking in, getting ready to see Justin Moore and Lee Knowles dominate Turbo. Go scrapping by. And Tony Peabody, good luck, Justice. And no matter what camera we look at, we got multiple cars in the shot. They are all over the place on this track right now.
All right, so out of 14 cars, we have had 8 of them take. Oh, it's all switching around here on me now, too. No, our timing crew is amazing. Brandon with live timing has been awesome, making sure we're all on track. And Mr. Kyle Arkenau right there over on the Ultimax jump right there. And there is Lee Knowles right there with Blake Helms right there.
So I'm watching the sectors once again, and Blake Helms is fastest in Sector 1. Sector 2, Lee Knowles is quickest, and Sector 3, Lee Knowles is quickest. So that is so cool to have those timing loops in there. And then here we get this. It's some great racing today, no doubt.
Oh, hey, Trip.
Yeah, Trip's at it, man.
That's his license plate on one of his vehicles, too. On screen, look at that view right there. So many different views right there. Switch backing, going through the Talladega turn, going through the finish line.
A little shakeup going on further back in the pack. And when I say that, I mean like probably would be in wave number 2. On lap 1, it's Jacob Frederick with a 2:04.55. John Calligrew, 2:05.6. And Blake Helms with a 2:06.52. So our top 3 right there.
And that was a great view of Lee Knowles going through that turn right there after the rhythm section with Blake Helms in front of him. Blake Helms in that purple and green car. Mid-America ambassador Lee Knowles right there behind him, battling it out to see who will get the fastest time for the best gate pick.
Now, would you say Lee Knowles is kind of like one of the running around comedians of the series? Likes to have a little bit fun?
I don't know. I've never had
hung out with him?
Yeah, I've hung out with him, but I think a lot of the racers are I can't say the same because everybody's their own individual, but he's a fun guy to talk to. I went and had some chats with him at the pits and stuff last race. So there we go right there.
Wow, talk about consistent laps. Blake Helms, lap 1 at 2:06.592. Lap 2, 2:06.593. 1/1000th of a second difference in lap times for Blake Helms. Mr. Consistency without a doubt.
What a great heat race. Number 11 out there of the amateur turbo class. 13 cars took the green flag. Actually, it looks like, 13 cars took the green flag this morning.
You know who I can't believe hasn't checked in yet?
Who?
Hank.
His backup driver, Mr. Mitch Truitt, is out there on race course for him right now.
Yeah.
In the number 66 this weekend. This is the 3rd race. He'll be back for Legends of the Fall. And there's Kyle Arkenau right there getting ready to go up the Talladega turn. And behind Kyle, I believe, is the 1776 of Terry Hill. And look at the battle going on right there, going up the Talladega turn side by side. 2 cars neck and neck. What a great battle.
John Calgary, fastest lap of the race on lap number 2, 2:03.58.
And that's what I'm thinking. That was John Calgary right there in that 2-car battle. I couldn't quite make it out with the mud on the side of the cars. All right, so we have John Calgary physically in first position is what my screen is saying. Jacob Frederick, then Blake Helms, Lee Knowles, Sean Murphy, Kyle Arkenau, Terry Hill, Justin Moore. But it does not matter on course where you're at. It's all about time. And I've said that 15 times.
16.
Okay. All right.
Some tight action right there.
Right there is the 66 of Mitch Truitt. Out there running for Hank Hall, backup driver. And right now, Blake Helms, Lee Knowles have came through. They got the white flag. They will be getting checkers next time around. And look at that. Blake Helms,
5
physically
cars
through first with he has a 2:04.435, just laid down his fastest lap time. Look at that 5-car battle going over raceline jump. Wow. That's where you gotta like hold. Somebody's having an issue.
Somebody in the middle of that was slowing down. Actually,
the
2 cars.
82, the number 82 just now was the first one that slowed down and took off
Justin
again.
Moore.
And then the second one behind him, I can't see a number on the car at all, but it is a black Razor, or it looks like it's a black Razor. Look at them coming down that hill. Your favorite turn. Whoa. So Kyle, that's Sean Murphy in front of Kyle Arkenau right there, and then Justin Moore having a 3-car battle. Well, there's Justin Moore right there in the RS1. And there we have right there on screen Blake Helms. Smooth is fast, and what is Blake doing this race? He is running a very smooth heat race. And here we come through the rhythm section. Probably my favorite camera view of the whole entire race course right there. There's Kyle Arkenau right there. I wonder what he puts on his car to keep the mud off, because everybody else is so muddy. And you know he's going through the same mud. Now Kyle also races the pit bikes. That's a fun thing to watch. But Blake Helms is getting ready to come around and take that checkered flag here in just a moment, ending the amateur turbo class of the day.
So far, let's see, it was on lap number 2, actually, John Calgary. Fastest lap of the whole field, 2:03.581. Blake Helms on this last lap with a 2:04.43. That'll put him, I want to say, 3rd.
So Lee Knowles, our points leader, finishes physically 2nd on race course.
Yeah, his best lap was a 2:06.19 on lap number 2.
All right, so that completes, well, not completes, because we saw a lot of cars out on race course. Our amateur turbo class. That's a fun race to watch.
Well, there was something going on everywhere.
I know.
Just don't blink.
Everywhere. We do have a car off the race course up there. I haven't quite seen who it is.
So we still have a few cars remaining to come in, but I kind of doubt that anyone's going to come close to John Calgary, who's got the fast lap of a 2:01.60. There's no one even close as I'm scanning down here.
He's fast. He's in a Can-Am.
So Jacob Frederick, looks like he'll finish 2nd in time with a 2:04.1. And let's see here. Kyle Arkenau with a 2:04.72 should be 3rd quick in this class. And again, you've said it so many times before this afternoon, this is not for finishing position on the track when they cross the finish line. This is for time only.
Time only.
And the faster your lap time was, the better gate pick you get this afternoon in the main event.
Exactly. And that is key. You want that fastest lap time to get that best gate pick, because the gates, you know, I mean, if you want the inside or the outside, it's all about setup for that first turn, which when they go up that steep hill and into that hairpin turn. We've seen it so many times. The outside line, they tend to. That doesn't seem to be a favorite
on the
spot.
far side from where we're at. And the thing is, what's interesting, you pick the right line at the gate. You've got just a little hair of a dog leg going up to the top.
Yes.
Oh, in fact, you know what? I'm going to stop what I'm talking about. We're going to go to Miles down at the trackside with I don't know who he has.
Fresh off the track with Jake Frederick. This is your third time here racing at Mid-America, and you just put on one heck of a show. What'd you think of it out there?
Today's track conditions are perfect. You know, last time I was here it was a little wet. They watered the track before the race and wasn't hooking up, but we went home, did some adjustments, came back down here, and the track was perfect, and just things went my way.
Yeah, I mean, perfect track, perfect day. It is absolutely beautiful out here, just outside of Jay, Oklahoma, here at Mid-America Outdoors. And like you said, track conditions can't get much better.
It can't get better than this. I'm actually hoping for the main events it's just the same way, you know.
Yeah,
I like it dry.
Yeah, well, dry, but some of the corners could get a little wet. And like you said, we do have to water the track, keep the dust down. So it's just kind of luck of the draw. But perfect track, perfect day, perfect race. Well, this is your heat. We'll see how it does in the main.
Yes, sir. I'd like to thank Johnny Case Power Sports and our team at home to get us here and all the hard work they do.
Yeah, I mean, it takes an army to just get here, and then driving's the easy part technically, because so much behind the scenes happens out here to just get to the course.
Well, we're from Ohio, so it takes us 15 hours to get here. There's 2 of our cars running, and then we have 2 kids' cars that run, so it's a constant 40-hour work week on just building cars, and then last minute traveling down here, 15-hour trip, and then getting set up and getting practice in. It's a rough week.
But it's a fun weekend. That's what it's all about. I mean, you're traveling, like you said, 15 hours just to get here. It's a world-class venue.
Yeah, it's the perfect place, and it keeps growing, and I'm curious to see what happens next year, because we're going to come down and run the whole series and, you know, try to get every race in.
Yeah, next year we got a lot of huge announcements coming out for Legends of the Fall. You'll hear them there, so stay tuned, stay excited. It's going to be a great year. So, Jake, good job out here, and excited to see you in the main.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, you heard it here. It's going to be a lot of fun. The track is absolutely perfect. Let's get back to some more racing. Send it back to the booth.
Well, thanks a lot, Miles. Like we said, we got a lot of racing to go. Who's our next race, Pam?
Our next race number 12 of the day for our heat races, is our Expert Turbo class. And we have 8 cars that should be taking the green flag here. We will have Matt Hecker in the number 31. I need to put my seeing eyes on. And then we have the number 47 of Rusty Pipes, who will be running an in-car. So those are super cool. I'm liking that. And then we have the 121 of Michael Green, the 43 of Justin Barube, the 917 of brand ambassador of Mid-America, Kendra Hoop, the 86 of Donovan Willis, the 894 of Austin Braden, and the 444 of Mickey Schroeder. So Kendra Hoop, let's talk about her for a minute. She's in this Expert Turbo class right now. She is also going to just literally have to turn around and go straight to the start line, because she's in the next race as well.
Hasn't she been on the track twice so far today, or just once?
I don't remember right this moment.
It was earlier in the morning.
There we go. The green
that
flag
didn't take
is
long.
out. They're going to have 2 waves of cars. Matt Hecker, Rusty Pipes, Michael Green, Justin Barube, Kendra Hoop have taken the green flag for the first wave of cars. And look who's out front. It is Miss Kendra Hoop in the 917 Mid-America Outdoors car, Can-Am, with Michael Green behind her. And then we have Matt Hecker, Rusty Pipes, and Justin Barube. So we have 5 cars out on course. Here goes the next wave of cars. We'll have Donovan Willis, Austin Braden, Mickey Schroeder, and Christopher Welch have now taken the green flag. Oh, look, contact going down.
Yeah, they were doing that all the way up the hill, too, as well.
And that's what we were talking about. Do you let up or do you not let up? Like, that's
this early in the race, I'd say just burp the throttle a little bit, because you always come back to battle again.
You want to get into the main.
You can't win the race on turn number 1.
Right. Or
you can lose
in
it.
The heat race.
Yeah.
Oh, but right there on screen is a great battle between our first 5 cars that took the green flag this morning. And this is a 4-lap race. The only one so far we have had a 5-lap race in was our Pro NA class that was a couple races ago. But there's my favorite shot right there of the exit of the whoop section. 184 or 144 Mickey Schroeder. Look, there's the in-car camera right there showing the driver this time instead of the outside. And that is Mr. Rusty Pipes, who Lee Knowles gives credit to for getting him into side-by-side racing. Very well-seasoned racer in circle track racing.
Oh, everything. Talking to him last round of racing back in the pits. He's like, I couldn't believe everything. To me, a sprint car looks cool parked. To say nothing of what it looks like on the racetrack at speed. And he was behind the wheel of a sprint car. I'm like, oh my gosh.
So Kendra Hoop just went through with the fastest lap time of the day so far in her heat race at a 1:55.883. So she is in the number 1 spot right now, on course and on time. And this is the Expert Turbo class where Austin Braden is our points leader.
Now keep in mind, the exciting part of the main events later this afternoon
Oh,
will
look
be.
at that. She got past. Kendra got past, and she took her lead back between her and that is Michael Green and the 121. They are battling it out neck and neck. Look at that. He's trying to figure out which line he needs to be taking right now to get past her.
I'd almost say burp the throttle a little bit, go back about 15, 20 feet, and just watch her lines.
This right here, he's getting so close to her. That's where you can do the inside-outside lines.
Yeah, spend a lap watching her lines, and then go on the attack mode.
See, and she's got the points lead right here. So this is where she needs to mentally make a decision. Do I want to worry about getting first place physically on course, or do I want to save my car to get to the main event to keep my points?
Well, how much?
She's running third in points right now. Austin Braden is in first in points.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to tell her, you know what, save the car. You know, it's awfully hard to say.
Right. But she's another great driver out here. Puts in the work and the time. Always comes in with the A game. And they're coming around that left-hand turn right before. There we go, Mr. Rusty Pipes right there.
I have to go there. She's taking it to the boys. I'll be honest with you. You go to your Friday night stock car track at the fairgrounds, just hang out, watch a bunch of races. I'm sure there's women involved in different classes there. Or you can go to the drag strip. Same thing there. Women are involved. But I got to tell you, here in the MAO series, I fully believe that the women that are racing in this series are some of the most talented drivers you're going to find out of anybody in any series, any discipline of motorsports.
Have raced here too. So many talented drivers have came and raced here that were committed to other series and had to go, do those. But it definitely, we have some amazing drivers out here.
And I was just talking about the women.
Yeah, well, the women are, they're great. I'm jealous I'm not out there full time with them. I like my job, though.
So Kendra Hoop has got the fastest lap still at this point, about midway through the race, with a 1:55.88, and there's really nobody even close. Michael Green's got a 1:56.29, but that's about it. I mean, there's nobody else in those time brackets.
Yes. Someone's car is doing a little bit of a sputter that doesn't sound too good.
Kind of a snort going on there.
And there's Michael Green right there on screen.
Has he gotten back around?
That's that funny jump, the weird jump.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if he got back around Kendra until I saw the camera angle change, and there she was. What beautiful weather here, Pam.
It's a beautiful
day
out here.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Lord.
Yes, the breeze has picked up. I like it. We don't need to worry about dust on the track because the track crew is keeping this track dialed in as usual. And we have Michael Green in that one position physically on course that just went over the raceline jump. There goes Kendra Hoop. Watching her in practice yesterday, she was launching off of that jump. It was really awesome to see her out there putting in the work. And then Michael Green and Kendra Hoop have now got the white flag. Be getting checkers next time around. And if you are wanting to watch it at home on the live timing, what we're getting our scoring from, it is at mao.livemotorsports.com. Make sure you're checking out all of our park sponsors. They're up on the screen. We got Texas Motorworks, Rugged Radios, Raceline Wheels, Polaris, so many partners that we have out here. Ultimax Belts, Maxxis, MRT.
Tell you, if it wasn't for that first lap, Kendra Hoop, that's when she set the fast time for the race up to this point.
Yeah.
Was on lap number 1. If it wasn't for that lap number 1, I'm telling you, Michael Green would have the entire field covered right now, as everybody seems to be slowing down a little bit lap time-wise except him.
Well, and that's where that's where you play the game of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do I need to just let up, or do I need to, save the car for the main event?
I mean, everybody's about 5 to 6 seconds slower than the first lap.
Right.
And it appears almost, right now everybody's lap time, their best was on lap number 1.
That's been across the board pretty steady today. Except for the Pro NA class. That was the only one so far. Great racing, great racing. We're going to be getting the checkers here in just a moment. We have Michael Green that will be coming around here in just a moment. Jumping over that race line jump. And there's Rusty Pipe's in-car camera, which is super cool to see. We're going to be able to see him, if it stays in-car, what it's like to actually go over that jump. How cool is that right there? You could see him in the air and when he landed. Coming through that last turn right there. So we have Michael Green, physically 1, Kendra Hoop 2, Rusty Pipes 3.
I'm glad you said physically, because it's a little different. Kendra Hoop will start at the gate she chooses, number 1. So Kendra Hoop had the fastest lap of the race here this afternoon.
And Austin Braden, our points leader, his fastest lap of the day, and the 894 Can-Am was a 2:01.71. All right, we're going to go to hear from Rusty Pipes himself here in just a moment. He is such a cool guy, fun guy. We had him up in the booth last race.
Yeah.
And that was a really fun listening to those guys go back and forth, because they've been racing together for years.
Kind of makes you want to go fishing with them sometime and just sit in the boat with you in the middle and those two guys on either end.
That would be a comedy show.
And talking stories, yeah.
That would be the comedy show right there. All right, it sounds like we're in just a moment going to be getting that interview. That was race 12 of today. That was our expert turbo class. We're out here for round 7 of the side-by-side championship series. 1 round remaining. Legends of the Fall, the finals for everything. But Miss Tiffany Stone, let's hear what Miles Hasselquist has Rusty Pipes up there. Down to you, Miles.
Fresh off the track with Rusty Pipes, another great race. You had the on-car on there. We watched you wheeling this car out there. How cool is it?
Well, it is cool. The track has changed so much since this morning. It's just incredibly slippery in places and tacky when you can't tell it. Anyway, it was a lot of fun out there, a lot of blast and a lot of fun.
So, we're here at Mid-America Outdoors running this track. And like you said, the track's a little hit or miss on spots, but it's an absolutely perfect day out here to be racing. And the track crew has done a great job all week long. They watered last night. They've been watering today. And it's just been a great time out here.
Yeah, oh my gosh. If you're not here, you're missing it. This is a beautiful place, beautiful spectator area, great weather, a lot of great competition. A lot of great comradeship here. The track, yes, it is definitely phenomenal. They have prepped it. The reason why I hadn't got my helmet all the way off, I've got another race right after this, so I'm running back to back. So I'm out of breath and need some water. But yeah, man, thank y'all. Have a great time. Maxxis tires, Raceline wheels, Rugged Radios, Pipes Auto Sales, great sponsors.
Well, thank you, Rusty Pipes. I'm going to let you get back there, get all freshened up, because you have another heat before you go into the mains later on. It's going to be a great day. Have fun. Thanks again, Rusty Pipes.
Thank y'all very much.
It's been another great race in the books. It's been a lot of fun everywhere we're going, and we got a lot more action yet to come, so we'll send it back to the booth.
All right. Thanks, Miles, for the awesome interview with Rusty Pipes. You could hear a beeping in the background. That was the in-car camera, and they are doing something fun to test it out. It's actually the body of a drone is what they are using to test it out right now. Yes, it's a crashed FPV drone.
So they're taking a camera that was on a drone that crashed and kind of recycled it to be a junky GoPro?
No, it's an FPV drone.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ow!
So it's a great way of testing out instead of before.
So you rip the wings off the side and the arms,
there are no
and
blades.
Just put the camera on there, huh?
But
wow.
Our next class that will be going, I'm not sure if we're doing track prep right now, but it looks like the race line big old
scary quiet
water truck is throwing some water down by the HMF Whole Shot Award. But we will have the women's turbo class up next. This will be the 13th heat race of the day, and we're going to have 7 cars taking the green flag. We're going to have Marissa Smith, Christopher Rowden in the 88, Morgan Vanover in the number 6, Ariel Bierski in the 735, the number 10 of Miss Haley Boodle, the 917 of Kendra Hoop, and the 13 of Lacey Tewksbury. That is our lineup for our women's turbo class. This is a great class. This is the one I was in at Visions. Was the women's turbo.
Yeah.
It was so fun. These girls, these ladies, great racing. It was fun to be out there. I've never raced short course in an all women's class, so it was a lot of fun. But they're doing a little bit of track prep right now, so we are actually going to head to some commercials to take care of the sponsors of the park. So we'll be back right after this.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzillas definitely are second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
Your usual, sir?
Please. The sound of a 1,000cc turbo engine cranking at 8,000 RPMs just got better. HMF, the official sound of the off-road.
welcome back to round 7 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series out here at the beautiful Mid-America Outdoors. I'm Pam Hall. Alongside me with Scott Rain, we have Miles and Tiffany up doing the interviews as well. It's been a great day of racing out here.
It all starts with the weather, the track conditions, a great breakfast at the restaurant, and oh yeah, throw the green flag, and we got some. It has really been good racing today.
It's been really, really good racing. They had a last chance practice this morning at 8 o'clock before we even started with the drivers meeting and everything. So it's just been a long, fun day already, and we're not even done. We have pit bikes tonight. So at 7 o'clock tonight, we have pit bike racing.
Well, how many races do we have to go yet in the heat racing side of things?
Well, we still have left the women's turbo class, the 40-plus vet turbo class, and the main event of the pro turbo, not main event, but the main what do you call it, the heat
Bad
race
boys
of the day. So
yeah,
we have a few races
3 heat races to go.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take a quick break, do some track work, and then
track prep. Yep.
All the main events later this afternoon, and that'll
starting at 2 o'clock. We should be starting around 2 o'clock for our main event.
And that will culminate our
all right, and they're on the line right now. This is our women's turbo class. I believe we have already gone through the lineup, but we'll do that again because we are now back. We have in the number 14, we have Marissa Smith. We have the 88 of Crystal Rowden, the number 6 of Morgan Vanover, the 735 of Ariel Byerski, the 10 of Haley Boodle, 917 Kendra Hoop, and the 13 of Lacey Tewksbury. And it looks like Kendra Hoop again is right out front, but took that a little wide possibly because it is freshly slippery.
Is it Lacey driving?
It is Lacey
this
driving,
weekend?
yes.
Okay, so
Ryan came over.
Whoa, so she's back.
Ryan came over and said Lacey is driving this weekend. And I believe that is Lacey right there.
Yeah, she bounced off a couple of cars coming down just past the whole shot line.
Corner.
Yeah.
Your favorite corner.
So it's kind of like, welcome back, Lacey.
Right.
You know? And then Benna Nike checks in. Let's go, ladies. Wishing you the best of luck. Thanks for checking in, Benna.
It's been a fun, fun, fun day today.
Yeah, I was going to say, nice job.
What? What did I do?
Well, Benna and I checked in, go, ladies, and you said, it's been a nice day so far.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was listening. It looks like we have a roll over there. Can't quite tell who it is yet, but the safety crew right there getting them flipped back over, and that is right behind us, but I can't make out who it is. They got their car started back up, though, but look at that. Miss Kendra Hoop out in the lead physically on race course with Morgan Vanover in that number 2 position.
Yeah, right now it looks like it's a single line around this track because they really did a lot of track prep, which is not that advantageous for the ladies out there right now, as it's going to take a while for the track to come back. But, you know, this is how I explain it to people when it comes to track prep. To keep it moist, you have to water it.
Right.
And if you miss a race in watering it, you go obviously got dry conditions, blue groove, you lost it.
Right.
You can put all kinds of water down there all you want. It's not going to help. It's going to make it even worse.
Exactly.
So these guys have been staying on top of it, staying in front of the track, I should say,
yes,
and keeping it moist. Sometimes, you know, there's going to be standing water here and there. In fact, it sounds like we got a replay of. Oh, okay. Let's see. This is
the number 14. That will be Marissa Smith who did the little rollover. But look, right back on the wheels and going again. So we have Kendra Hoop just came through. Haley Boodle, Morgan Vanover. They have came through completing lap number 1. We are in our women's turbo class. And Lacey Tewksbury has actually the points lead by 6 points over Kendra Hoop.
There's a story behind that.
Yes, there
so
is.
Go ahead with the story. Explain it.
Well, you go ahead.
Lacey wasn't here for, 3 rounds of racing, was it, or 2?
It's kind of similar to my situation, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so her backup driver has been racing for her.
And doing extremely, extremely well.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, because they're number 1 in points, which is awesome. But it's going to be one of those days, too, where it's going to be tight racing when we go into these main events. But these ladies are talented, talented drivers, and this is where you have the Singleton, like Kennedy, like the younger kids of the Singletons that are looking up to these women.
And I'll be honest with you, I would take any of these women, whether they're racing against the guys in their division or racing in their own division. I would be more than willing to put them all in a rig, take them up to Crandon, and race them against any of the guys up there in those pro classes. I tell you, I would do it in a heartbeat, and I'd have no qualms about it.
Well, that's super cool. But there is Miss Kendra Hoop right there. Haley Boodle and Morgan Vanover doing 1, 2, and 3. They're running tight, neck and neck.
So it looks like Kendra Hoop obviously has got the fastest lap time out there right now, the 2:22.6. Wow! Lap 1, 2:22.628. Lap 2, 2:22.627.
That's called consistent.
Wow! That's the second time we've seen that today.
That is
I don't remember who the first driver was, but to see this, that's crazy.
Yeah, that consistency. We always talk about consistency is key, and that right there goes to show you it is definitely key right there with Kendra Hoop because she's still out front, running out front.
Well, Haley Boodle just crossed the line. Has the new fastest lap of the race, 2:17.258 for Haley Boodle. She's now the one to beat.
Well, and Haley Boodle is actually running 9th in points for this race here for the women's tour and the overall. I hear some cheering going on back here in the background because it is a race right now between Kendra Hoop and Haley Boodle and Morgan Vanover. They are running 1, 2, and 3, and it is definitely a tight race.
I'm really liking Boodle's lines right now because she's going into the corners on the outside, trying to duck to the inside, and she's watching and seeing everything that Kendra Hoop is doing.
Exactly, and that's
taking those notes.
You sit there and you wait. You wait for the person in front of you to make a mistake. You see what they're doing, and you know, like, they're either going to do it or they're going to keep staying consistent. But Kendra Hoop is very, very consistent always, every time she's out there on that race course. And there's Morgan Vanover right there. Lacey Tewksbury is running 4th in position physically on race course. So we have had 6 cars take the green flag. We have 5 of them out on lap 2 right now. I'm not sure Marissa Smith, who had a little bit of issues when she rolled, I'm not sure, she might have gone off race course possibly. Nope, she just came through the MRT finish line, so she is still out on race course. So we still have all 6 cars out running. And there has been quite a gap come between. Oh, there's the 13 of Lacey Tewksbury right there. And there's quite a gap that has been created between 1 and 2. But that right there on screen is the 88 of Crystal Rowden. But 6 cars. We've had a total, this year, we've had a total of 13 ladies enter the women's turbo class. Like we said, we have 6 on race course that are out here running for points.
Well, on this last lap, on they're starting lap number 3, Kendra Hoop took over the fastest lap of the race once again from Haley Boodle. But we're talking less than 0.2 of a second separation between Kendra Hoop, who's now our fastest car, and Haley Boodle, who's dropped back to 2nd. And I'm not talking place on the racetrack. I'm talking overall time.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you okay?
No. Oh, my gosh. It's Maxis Dave. Maxis Dave. I'm sorry. I thought I had that wasp that's been on my foot, and I've been over here kind of freaking out a little bit. And Maxis Dave is messing with my foot with a zip tie.
See, we're actually calling the race from a elevated stage about 5.5 feet off the ground, and so people can sneak up to us and kind of do things to our ankles, and that's exactly what was happening.
I literally thought it was that wasp.
Dave
so
from Max's Tire was
home.
up here with a zip tie and kind of tickling her ankles, and we do have that black wasp building a nest right above our heads in a light socket.
But on screen, Miss Kendra Hoop doing amazing out there, keeping that #1 position physically on race course and on time. She is very, very consistent with her times. And Haley Boodle right there, she's one to reckon with too. It's so funny too, like when she was getting interviewed earlier from Miles, and she's like, horsepower's horsepower. So she's showing a horse last weekend out here. She's racing. And I always tell people I love animals. I love horses, but I love a different kind of horsepower. I'm not a horses scare me. It's a big animal.
So we need to come over and see the new place.
No.
The horses are there.
I'm not I will.
I
pet
got
a horse.
one your size. I got one your size. It's about
No.
a little bit shorter than your waist.
Oh goodness.
A little white pony.
And there comes Miss Kendra Hoop coming in and getting the checkered flag for race moto number 13 of the day.
Well, she did it just right because
Oh wow.
on her last lap was her best lap with a 2:15.37. Haley Boodle on her last lap was her best lap with a 2:15.46. So we're talking less than 1/100th of a second.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yep. And
Take
like
it.
I said, let's load up these ladies on a semi. I'll take them to Crandon and turn them loose on any guys up there on that racetrack at Crandon International Off-Road Raceway. Oh, yeah. These ladies can drive.
Yeah, it's I loved it out there. It was fun. Fun racing with the ladies. So we have a couple more classes for the day, and then we're going to do a little switch out. You're going to have some new people here in the booth doing a little change out. So right there on screen, though, is the number 14, and that is Marissa Smith.
Well,
and it looks like, look on the screen, Morgan Vanover was just now on the side of the race course. It looks like she's getting towed off, so she will not be completing, it looks like.
Well, that's a shame because she had the third fastest lap of the race.
Well, hopefully it'll be an easy fix for her, and she'll get back out in the main event.
Oh, okay. Now he's creeping. That's a Halloween creeper picture right there. Look at that.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's
Come on over.
Davey.
Come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. We'll get you in here for a few minutes. I don't want the zip tie. Come on in. We're going to bring in a guest here, Mr. Maxis Dave.
He's probably one of our top 2 or 3, if not the top backer of Mid-America Outdoors and the side-by-side series. So once again, you had a great time up here last round of racing. You came up to see us.
That is true. You know, this is it's a home away from home for me, and I do really enjoy being out here at MAO.
You know, I heard some stories about you, not from you, last night. I'm like, it kind of shocks me, but then again, I'm not surprised.
I couldn't.
It's the sun goes down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
I think I was in bed early, about 7 o'clock.
That's just a lie.
Must have
That's
been,
just not even close to being true.
Must have been somebody else.
Oh, it's been a great day. You've been watching all day long down here, or watching from your booth?
Actually, we've been up at the one of the outlets, and we've been watching the racing live at one of the outlets up here. So that's the beautiful part of this park is whether you're in the pool, you're at the track, you're at the bar, you're at the restaurant, you still get to watch the live racing.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to cut you off for just a second because we have an interview up over there with Tiffany and Miles. So up to you, Tiffany. We'll be right back with Maxis Dave.
Lacey, it's so good to see a familiar face over here. What we were talking about, you haven't been here since round 3. We're here round 7, but you know you had a great person filling in for you, and you raced multiple series, so you're still getting seat time, and it's evident out there seeing you put down some fast lap times.
Yeah, I enjoyed it today. Just trying to get my bearings back. Did some few laps yesterday in practice, and then today just dealing with the watering and getting my head back into it.
And talking about that, there are some dry spots out there, some slick spots. To you right now, what's going to be the most difficult thing going into the mains, especially with the track conditions?
I don't mind the dust by any means. I don't like mud at all. But you have to. It's racing, so you have to deal with all conditions.
Well, it's so good to see you be back here. We've got Legends of the Fall. Are you coming for that one as well?
I don't think I'm going to be here for that, but I will be here for the final round.
Perfect. Wonderful. Well, best of luck. I'm going to let you get in there, wipe some of this mud off that you say that you don't necessarily love. But I'm going to let you do that. We'll see you for the mains. Awesome. Track conditions are great over here. Lots of things happen, and we got a few more heats. Back up to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany. We're going to get back to our little interview with Max's Dave in just a second. We have our Vet 40 Plus Turbo class coming up. I'm sure you have guys out here in this race, but we have the number 57 of John Calligrew, the 222 of Jacob Frederick, the 39 of Sean Murphy, the 23 of Perry Mahoney, and then we have the 47 of Mr. Rusty Pipes.
Think Irish. Mahaney. That's what I'm going to go with.
Mahaney.
It's been a great day out here, though. Awesome track conditions. The track crew has been awesome out here taking
You're
care
not
of
sweating
it.
this weekend. I remember Visions, boy. You never left that semi. You were changing tires. And
You know, this is almost like a weekend off. It's really nice. The park is a little bit slower this weekend just because there aren't so many events and so many just spectator riders out here. And we're getting a chance to focus on the racing.
Yeah.
So that's nice without some of the distractions that I get. You guys don't see it up here as much, but this is when I get to talk to our riders about tire sizes and tire pressures and things like that. So it's very informative for me to get that extra time with the racers.
Let me ask you this: let's look down the road. What do you have up your sleeve for the season-ending Legends of the Fall? Oh, we got a race starting. Woo!
Off the line, we have 5 cars out on race course. John Calligrew, Jacob Frederick, Sean Murphy, Perry Monaghy, and Rusty Pipes. Mr. Rusty Pipes, I believe, is the one who just got that hole shot. And yes, it is.
And there was contact at the top of the Barbie Jeep hill between 2 cars, and one is pulling off the track. I can't see the number. Looks like there might be front-end suspension damage as they actually hopped tires. Probably the worst thing that you can do in an open-wheel car. They didn't go side to side. They hopped it front to
back.
back.
And what does that do? That breaks axles very easy.
A-arms, axles, and spirit.
Yep, exactly.
All of it goes at once.
Wait, forgot one. Wallet.
They do it.
That is.
See, you call that Barbie Jeep Hill, and I was thinking of that earlier. It would make a great Maxis Mountain.
All right.
Well, I think I know who you need to talk to.
I know I will talk to those
I
people
think
involved.
It takes a check and a banner.
Oh, they get it. We have them.
Oh, I got one for you. We need to have like an electronic pole there, right at the hole shot. Electronic, and with numbers in the lights. So whoever pulls the hole shot, that number pops up. That would be the Maxis.
We get that sounds like a neat idea. A little NASCAR, little NASCAR in there. I'll have to talk to the appropriate wallets for that one.
Yeah, great racing going on screen, though, as we speak right now.
We mentioned Rusty's name last, but is he one of the points leaders in this class?
I believe he is the points leader. I have that in here. I'm, fumbling to find it right now. I think my papers might have blew away when I went inside to get out of the sun.
Whoa, the big-time pass. Right before the Ultimax fly zone, coming up to the race wheels jump.
Trying to figure out who those are. Who's in the lead?
40.
Vet 40?
Yes, so Vet 40 Turbo. So, yes, Rusty Pipes is our leader with 217 points for the series. So we have Rusty Pipes is physically on course in the number 1 position. Jacob Frederick is in 2nd position physically. John Calligrew in 3rd. 1, 2, and 3 right now are Can-Ams.
I want to say it was Frederick and Calligrew that got together. Kind of scary, further back on the track. Now, they get around here so fast, it's hard to pinpoint the location and who they are.
And we lost one of the riders early on.
Yep, that was the Polaris. That was actually Monahan.
Monahan?
Yeah.
Mahaney. So Rusty Pipes with a 2:06.653, physically out on race course in that number 1 position. He also has the fastest lap time. Great shot right there of them getting ready to enter over into the rhythm section.
Yeah, Rusty's a tough competitor. I see him in a lot of different series, down in Texas and up here, and he's always a force to be reckoned with.
I love hearing him and Lee Knowles chit-chat back and forth. They're a great they have a great friendship, and it's pretty cool.
My personal thing is with a name like Rusty Pipes, you better be good.
Well,
yeah, it's a racer's name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So very first round
or
out
junkyard
here.
owner.
No, the very first round out here, I literally had 4 days to prepare. for the race, and I didn't know the racers out here, and I wasn't sure if that was a real name or not.
I battled with that too when he told me. He was texting me because he was running Maxis at the beginning of the season, and we went back and forth, and he's like, "Hey, this is Rusty Pipes." I'm like, "What?"
Oh, goodness, how funny. Oh, my goodness gracious. How awesome is that view right there where they're going over the 80-foot tabletop jump, but they're getting ready to come through over that race line ridge right here next to us, and they're battling it out. It looks like right there. That's probably, 2 and 3 right there, battling it out. The 222 of Jacob Frederick right there on screen with Sean Murphy right behind him.
Coming across the start-finish line. Let's see what we got for times.
Oh, did Sean Murphy get behind him or around him? He must have.
Rusty's still in the lead right now
Yes,
on the screen.
He's coming down where we have our whole shot award.
I think that's Rusty still up front.
Yes, it is. It's Rusty right there. John Calligrew in that number 2 position, the number 57. Oh, John just launched off that jump.
And it looks like some of his Can-Am didn't like it.
That's John Calligrew. He came off that jump completely crooked and almost nose dove in, hit really hard.
May have just knocked the wind out of him a little bit. Or
no, it wasn't that kind of hit. Well, to me, it didn't look like that kind of hit. It was just all the pressure was on the front left side.
He's still off course. He's got a mechanical.
Yeah, it was a front. Way he landed, all of his weight of the car was all on that front left
So where does John
tire.
stand in points right now?
John Calligrew is 7th in points in this Vet Plus Turbo class.
He was currently running 3rd in time on the track.
He was 2nd physical, 3rd in time.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good, though. That'll get him would have gotten him a better gate pick.
But everybody's slowing down quite a bit from lap number 1. All ran their fastest lap times. But, they're about 5, maybe 6 seconds off the pace of lap number 1. All the drivers are right now.
Well,
I think they might be showing their vet years.
No.
Well, he's definitely – hey, don't be talking about us old guys like that.
I got you.
Oh, I doubt it.
You want to? Throw your license up there. Throw your driver's license up there.
Oh, you guys.
I will guarantee you I got this.
Well, you'll be
That's
buying.
usually my bet.
You'll be going to Coconuts tonight because I got you.
All right, Rusty Pipes is coming around with that number 1 position.
By 1 year.
Still.
Damn it.
Number 1 still on race course, coming over that race line jump. And he will be should be getting the white flag this time around, but there's Rusty Pipes right there. You can see the track is well watered, and let me tell you, Jacob Frederick is on it. He is trying to catch Rusty Pipes so hard right now.
Now,
that was a close one.
Now, have we gone over to if you get first physical, do you automatically get first gate pick? Because if the guy behind you has a better time, he gets first gate pick.
Yeah, it's all about time.
So it can always be deceiving as what we're watching is who gets on what gate.
Right. Yes, it's definitely that's why we actually keep reiterating that to people watching at home, because yes, we're saying in first position but then we're like, but only physically on race course, and then we'll go over their times. Because it can be deceiving for sure.
What's interesting is Jacob Frederick right now through the 3 sectors. He's faster than Rusty Pipes in sector 1. He's perfectly equal to
Jacob Frederick. Yes, and Jacob Frederick is on a move.
On sector 2.
You can see him right now on screen.
Both are running 47 flat in sector 2. And then he's faster than Rusty Pipes in sector 3. So he's running a faster lap time, just hasn't put it all together yet.
But it's not about position, it's about time.
It is.
We've said it how many times today?
I'm a slow learner, so it takes me a few times to catch on to that.
That's probably my 25th time saying it, so just kidding. No, this is a great race going on right now, though there still are some water puddles out there, but they're not hitting those, obviously. And they're going into that back section where the Ultimax Spillway 80-foot tabletop jump is. Right there, they just went over it. They will be getting the checkered flag coming through here in just a moment. That corner right there is a really fun corner. But then you got a little bit of a jump right there that you can see them going through.
That is a little kicker that takes some speed out. It's kind of like a little brake bump in there. And you can plow into it, but you run the risk of damage in the front end.
Well, what's crazy, the thing about that, and there we see Rusty Pipes getting that checkered flag with Jacob Frederick very close, but what's crazy about that little jump is you want to be coming out of that corner at speed, but you're also still in the turn slightly. So whenever you're in that turn slightly and you're hitting that bump, it's like it's kicking you sideways at the same time.
So you hope your Maxxis tires sidewalls hold up when you're landing
hooking up
sideways. I'm talking the sidewalls holding up
Yeah.
when you land on those corners.
Yeah.
We put a lot of research and development into making sure that is exactly what happens.
Oh, my goodness. That was a fun race of 5 vehicles. Our next one's the big one of the morning. Well, they're all big races of the morning, but we will be having our Pro Turbo class coming up next.
The big boys are coming out.
Big boys. We already did our Pro NA class.
That is true. I
They
missed
changed
some
it
of
up
that.
today.
I was running around gathering some intel up there, some information from some people, and so I missed some of that race.
Yeah, they changed up the way the races are running today, like order-wise, which
it's always good for a change.
Well, there's so many racers out here too, and we've talked about this morning already. There's so many racers out here that are running multiple classes.
Yeah.
So there are some that are literally going off track and literally relining right back up.
And that's hard because a lot of people do run 2 classes, and it's hard to get everybody that space in between classes.
Right.
Some guy named Jordan Berza says hey.
Hey, Jordan. Is Jordan not here with us this weekend?
Not sure. I haven't called the name off.
There's Jordan in Louisiana right now dealing with some cars.
Oh, boy. Well, let's kind of go back to before this race started. We started with Legends of the Fall coming up in a couple of weeks.
Which we're very excited about that race.
What does Maxxis have going on for that weekend?
Well, that'll be a big weekend for us because it's an Ultra 4 race as well as everything else, the bouncers, the short course. Pretty much everything ends that weekend here. So it'll be huge. Maxxis will have our regular vehicle here, which is the one I'm in, and we'll also have our automotive truck here, but that'll be set up over at Disney. So that'll have more of our automotive display, the Razor ATs, the Razor MTs, more truck tires and things like that.
You don't have to worry about touching truck tires.
No, sir. We are coming out with a larger off-road tire for the first time next year.
Oh, nice.
Larger than what?
What's that?
Well, larger than what?
35s is the biggest off-road tire
I thought you had 40s.
for non-DOT tires. Well, we have 40s and 42s, but they're in automotive.
So you're coming out with a 37, huh?
Well, you knew that number. Somebody found that number out.
I just tire sizes.
It'll change things quite a bit. We're going to have a Rockzilla and a 37-inch tire next year. However, it'll also be the first time we're going to have a 17-inch rim tire for the off-road.
Because they're usually 15s at least.
The biggest we make now is a 15. We also have some 16s currently
now.
Okay. Like we have a Liberty and a 16-inch rim, which some of the racers out here are running the Liberties today. 16-inch rim is a bigger advantage, especially out here. Everybody moved from 14s to 15s because of the rocks it can get in between the calipers and cut your rims. 16 gives more space in there, so less cutting of the rims. 17's even more, but the 37-inch Rockzilla is not a tire we're going to see on this course.
Okay.
So we'll see it all around the facility, but not on the short course.
Okay. Now the 37-inch Rockzilla, though, will that be something that we could possibly see in the UTVs of Ultra 4? Or do they run a different?
I know they run up to 35s now, especially at King of the Hammers and things like that. That is probably the most popular, tire through that rocks and everything there. So we'll see what the 37s bring as everybody's gaining more horsepower and we're getting more tire. That always adds to the fracas of what happens out there.
That comes to the belts.
The belts, the clutches, the tuning, the diffs, it has its wear, it has its impact. So what that does by bringing bigger tires in is it puts more pressure on outside vendors to come up with bigger arms, bigger equipment, stronger clutches, and Ultimax and their belts.
I'm sure they've already done their homework. But let's really quick go through this lineup before they actually start. We do have our Pro Turbo class coming up here. We should have 12 cars in this race. And this is the big boys.
They are gated. They're looking pretty ready down there.
So here's Scott Champion on the pole. That's how it starts.
Points leader.
Yeah. Starting second will be Jeb Boodle in the Yamaha in the 41. Corey Willis in the 17 in the Can-Am starts third. Starting fourth is probably my favorite driver out there, and I think is the coolest looking car, the Can-Am in the 21. Austin Vanover in the Can-Am in the number 2. He'll start fifth. Starting sixth, Adam Reed in the 870 in the Can-Am, alongside of Cody Martin in the number 7. The number 15 Can-Am starting 7th. Zach Beavers starts 8th in the 38 in the Can-Am.
And they're
Alan
off.
Corbin starts 9th in the 84. Mitchell Huddleston starts 10th. Randy Clifton in the Yamaha starts 11th and 12th. Jeff Hughes in the Yamaha in the 45, and we're underway.
Oh, look at that. Kanan Baker, if that was a whole shot,
Whoa!
he would. Whoa, that was crazy. I have to say that was, in a way, it was kind of a blessing because Kanan, wasn't that Kanan? Kanan stopped Boodle from rolling.
Yeah, he used him as a wall.
I'm surprised he's going.
I think Kanan's got right front damage from that.
Kanan got some damage. There's also looks like a back left wheel on the lead vehicle that's got an issue. Now here comes the second wave. 15 on the whole shot.
That is Cody Martin.
I think Kanan's going to try and limp around for points.
No,
Maybe.
He's going that direction to get off the track.
He actually had damage to his front left, whoever just pulled off the trail.
And there's Cody Martin right now running the in-car camera.
That is such an awesome angle. This is the first time we've done this?
Yeah.
The in-car?
Today, yep.
These guys are in the back of the track right now. We'll see how they fare as they come around back to the main section of the race course in front of the spectators.
So I'm trying to see where Kanan Baker disappeared. He was off the track.
He went off the back side of the table over here, and I haven't seen him come back out. But, yeah, you really get to see a feel of what these drivers go through.
Yeah.
When you're watching that in-car cam, you know, the cars look like they're going straight down the track, but you watch Cody's hands and his arms on that and his legs on the pedals. He is.
You know, and I was saying earlier how good of a training that would be, too, to watch and make sure you're not sawing at the wheel too much and all of that good jazz. But it's awesome seeing that in-car view right there. I believe that's Zach Beavers right there on screen. So we have Corey Willis.
The lap times are going to show what we saw at the start of the race with the incident. Only one driver got by clean because second on back got caught up and trying to avoid everything. So that's why you see the discrepancy with a 159 by Corey Willis, and everybody else is a 204, 207, 209.
We do have Cody Martin says he has a 154.
Well, he was further back and was able to see everything and was able to get around, yeah.
Well,
so Cody Martin has the fastest time right now with the 154.757.
See, I'm supposed to be putting my picks in for the mains this afternoon with Joey and Matt.
Oh, Matt.
I'm drawing a blank here. I picked the winner last round, so I'm trying to. I'm doing my scoping right now to see who I'm going to pick for this afternoon.
Oh, you came and you got the good seats for that.
You know, I need every advantage I can get.
Corey Willis out there. It looks like he is physically on course in that number 1 position in the number 17 PPEI Can-Am.
And you'll see Scott as the points leader. He had a little bit of a change up in the middle of the season. He went with a different car and he went with a different program. So they're still building that car. He's got some room to learn and room to grow in that. And as every race, as he gets more comfortable in that, you're going to see a little bit more out of Scotty in his new ride.
Exactly. And that's Zach Beavers right there on screen.
I
love the colors on his car. It really pops.
Very colorful. It's easy to find.
Yes. And Scott Champion, it looks like his fastest time right now has been a 2:04.504. So they are doing a they're going to do the 5 laps for this heat race right here. And then in the main event, it changes up a little bit more later on.
It's neat to see the comments pop up on the live.
Yeah.
So I got some people saying hi out there. I
think it's a different Dave, not you.
It might be the guy they thought was out last night, because that wasn't me either.
So on race course, Corey Willis is physically out front. Scott Champion is physically second out front. So look at Scotty Champion. He picked up his time dramatically. His last lap was a 1:56.659. So like you were saying, it's about getting, comfortable in the car, and that's exactly what he's doing. So he's running second. No, is that the fastest lap?
1:56.
Scotty Champion.
No. Cody Martin still has the top spot.
No, he's 154.
154.
Yeah, so he's 154. So that does put Scotty Champion though in that second fastest time right now.
What I'm wondering about is I'm looking at the sectors as well. Who's fastest in zone 1?
Look at that
zone
in-car.
2 and zone 3.
Sorry, interrupting.
It's very
that
nice.
car's handling.
It's very nice on the big screen instead of the PIP, but either way, it's neat to watch it. But you get to see so much when it fills up a 60-inch TV, and you're like, whoa, you're in the car with them.
Such a cool view. This gives the audience at home kind of a feeling like you're in the car with them.
Yes.
That's what's really cool about it, like a video game style. You get to choose your window view when you're racing.
A little PS5 going on here.
Right.
So I did, after we came up and talked at the last race, Scotty Champion's mom actually got a hold of Scotty and said, hey, tell that announcer thanks for saying the nice things. So, hey, Scott's mom, if you're out there listening, I hope you're enjoying it.
She's listening.
He's doing a great job.
She listens to them for sure, from what I'm told. I have not actually met her yet. I can't wait to meet her. But look at that awesome in-car of Cody Martin. And I can't quite tell the number of the car that he is behind, but they are running so close together.
He must be able to tear off.
Oh, he's coming through.
Well, no, he's still got a couple, but he's holding his hand up in front of his helmet. That's kind of cool to see, too, on what part of the track that would take place.
That's the pro level. The pro level does that. So that was the 870 of Reed. Adam Reed is who he was trailing behind, but he did get past him before they went through the finish line.
He did. Now, do you notice when those guys put their hand up to block the roost, they put the back of their hand up usually? Yeah. So it doesn't get the mud in the palm of their hand to hold onto the steering wheel. I learned that recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I could have told you that. I did that.
I'm a rookie. I'm a rookie at this.
She's always following somebody in the racetrack.
Yep. All right, you got Cody Martin on screen right there.
You recently raced at Visions.
I did.
So you have track expertise at this point.
It was fun. This track is a lot of fun. They have done an amazing job at this track build.
Yes. I actually have only raced this, or not raced it, but been around the track on a two-wheeled machine.
I will tell you, before I got in for my heat race, the only time I had been around the track was in an F250.
Oh.
So I had never even been on the track at race speed. I wasn't able to practice due to the scheduling that I had. So, and Cody Martin right there battling it out. I can't quite tell the number of that car. I should know because it's a bright yellow car.
That's the one that he had just gotten around. He was fighting from behind.
But look at the in car on top of the out car.
How about this? Scotty Champion, second fastest lap.
So who's sitting on the first fastest right now?
It would be Cody.
Still Cody?
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough choice who to pick today for the main win. You know, Scotty's picking it up. Like I said, he's getting more and more used to it. Mm-hmm. And he's fast. You don't get to be the points leader by being slow. So Scott's doing his part for the new program. But Cody won the series last year, so, he's carrying momentum.
And their points, he is second in points right now. Scotty Champion has a 208 overall points for the series, and then Cody Martin's at a 181.
Well, we got a car stopped at the top of the hill, guys. I can't quite see who it is. Let's swing down here.
So the car that is trailing behind Cody Martin is the number
Jeb
2.
Boodle?
Austin. No, Jeb.
It's got to be Jeb Boodle.
Up top?
No, that's not a Yamaha. But there's some battling going out right there through
There's
that.
Cody, look at Cody take that downhill and just glide across that table.
And it was the number 2 of Austin Vanovers who he got by, that yellow car. That Can-Am. So we have the top 7 cars physically on course are all Can-Ams right now.
That's a testament to us because Polaris puts a lot into this off-road effort, and Yamaha is still making a fight at it. The Boodles are out there in their Yamahas. But I do know Jeb's getting used to a new car. Mm-hmm. They did pick up a new vehicle, and he's still getting used to it because it's actually the clutch on the floor mode. It's not the paddle shift. So it's a we have
somebody off course. That is Zach Beavers off race course right there.
He went off hard, too.
Guys, where did Scott Champion go? He hasn't come around for 2 laps now.
That's not Scott up top, was it?
No. So earlier, I was getting ready to say in the Pro NA class earlier, Colin Truitt did that same thing. When he landed, he ended up shooting off to the side.
Yeah, we got 2 in the infield down here, 1 up top. So attrition has taken its toll in the heat races.
I would say that's Jeb Boodle down there in the middle. It looks like in the blue.
Yes.
Yamaha, and then that looks like it is Scotty Champion's car coming off right now. So they have some work cut out. We sometimes have a decent sized break between the main events and our heat races. Today we do not. So they're going to have to get back to their pits, get working on it, because this is all about a points game right now.
Yeah, we got 15 minutes before we go back to racing again.
I know.
On the schedule, that says.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be a quick turnaround, a little track prep.
Yes, Cody Martin just came through, got the checkered flag at a 1:54.756 is his fastest lap time of the day.
Scott Champion is second quick still, even though he ended his race early. Still no idea where he's at and what the problem is. And I think Corey Willis,
the tie rod or something broke.
It was definitely something in the front left side.
Yeah, his tire's like this.
Corey Willis had the third quick time.
And there's Austin Vanover right there. Yeah.
So it looks like they'll take care of our morning qualifying heat races as we get ready for the main events later this afternoon. When I say later, I mean like in 15 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will wrap it up with you guys. Let you guys get ready to close this out. But
and you need to go do your side bet.
I need to get my side bet ready, and I've done my research. So,
awesome.
Hey, I just want to thank you guys for doing such a great job out here and keeping everybody apprised at what's going on out there.
Dave, good seeing you again, man.
Good seeing you guys. I'm really sorry you were attacked earlier by a bug on your ankle.
A random zip tie.
I literally thought it was that wasp, but I'm glad it was only you. But thank you for coming up and being up here with us.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I love being a part of this sport and helping everybody out and coming up here and hanging out with you guys.
He's really turning into one of the characters of this series.
I'm just a mellow guy.
No, you're not. No. I'll say other than no.
I've been involved in some form of racing since the mid-'80s, so I've been here for a while.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like we have Miss Tiffany Stone up there with an interview. Not sure. It might be with Mr. Cody Martin, but back to you, Tiffany.
Nice job over here, Cody. Cody, we got to get a little bit to see what you were seeing. Obviously, it was a little dusty out there, a little muddy. Tear-offs were coming off, but it was a great time to be able to see what you were seeing out on course. Really give us a walkthrough of what the heat was for you.
I got off to a good start, got the whole shot. They got to keep the water on it because it's super dusty today, and the track was pretty greasy, so it took a little bit to kind of settle in and find pace and find some lines. And honestly, still the whole race I was searching for lines. I felt like I never really could hit my marks, but here we are. We won the heat, so I can't complain. Car did great, and thank you, helping out, and track was sweet.
Well, talking about that, Kanan and Jeb got in a little bit of a tussle down there. Both of them ended up coming off. It was in the wave before you, so you kind of had a little bit of clean air. And then, obviously, you didn't actually even know that was going on, so it was pretty smooth on the way that they got everything out. Going into the main tonight, though, knowing that those two contenders may not be able to make that, that's going to change a little bit of your drive style for you?
No, not at all, because I have to win. We're still a little behind in points, and if I want to win the championship, I got to win. So I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to drive the crap out of the car and not worry about what's behind me.
Awesome. Well, you got a few hours before we get you back out there. Best of luck. It was really cool having that drone in there. It's beeping right now. I know you guys can probably hear it, but it's beeping right now. It was really, really cool to see that. Make sure you guys come back. Stay tuned. We're going to be able to go to the mains. You're going to be able to see some more in-car stuff. And we just got to say a big shout-out to Josh. Josh is the one who put this in there, so it's really cool. Nice job, Josh. Thanks for giving us the ride with Cody. Back up to you guys.
All righty. Thank you, Miss Tiffany Stone. On to the main events here shortly, but we are going to close out this show for right now and be back very shortly But it's been a fun day.
Oh, it's been awesome. The weather's been fantastic. A cool breeze here in northeast Oklahoma.
Yes, I'm getting a sunburn.
Beautiful weather and awesome racing, and it's only going to get better because what we had was with waves in the heat races.
Yes.
We're going to have one.
Yes.
They all start off with one green
This is where
flag.
the adrenaline,
So
it's all adrenaline at that point. Like as a racer, and these, you know that that's all adrenaline for these guys. But it's been a great morning. We're going to move on, and we're going to have a switch out here for our main event. So it's going to be fun.
Coming up next will be, is it Matt and Joey? Or no, Matt and Miles, the M&M show. The M&Ms. They'll be coming up for the main events this afternoon. We had a great time on behalf of myself, our entire production staff, Pam. I'm Scott Rain. You know what? We'll see you
soon
in a couple of weeks at Legends of the Fall.